armor doesn't really work well against her. She just breaks armor extremely quickly, which can be very helpful. If only her range was just a little bit further forward and wider, maybe, like the hitboxes of each individual.
3, 2, 1.
Hey everybody, we live?
I think we're live.
Awesome. I'm Sharky. I'm very old, and also I've been speedrunning for about 10,000 years, and this is my first marathon in forever, so we're going to try to put on a great show for you. On the couch, I've got Art here. Say hi, Art.
Hi. I've been here all day. I hope you've enjoyed my voice for like the 6 hours it's been on this stream today.
And yeah, because I refuse to stream or to speedrun in the middle of Mother's Day, we're going to keep going till about 3 in the morning or so. So this is going to be a blast. Hope y'all are excited. So I've got everything just about set. Due to asks from the community, I've made sure to name my protagonist here as Lil Rick ASF, and given him...
We gotta pay homage to the legend of Rick, the guy who saved Rito from playing sus video games and taught him to touch grass.
He can save the world.
And he did. It's great. We love Rick.
We do. So I'm about to stop wasting time and actually get started. So time starts whenever I confirm this box here, and it's going to end when the screen fades to black at the end of the last boss, which will probably be around 3:15 this morning.
Yeah, I can call out time for that when that happens.
Awesome. So, do you want to count us off from 54, or how do we?
We're gonna count from 3. I'm not gonna count from 54, dude. All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
And we're off. So, the SAO games follow a bit of their own universe as we go through. We are in, I think, either the 3rd or the 4th major release here. So this is a time that sits between the 1st and 2nd season of the anime.
It's the 3rd. I just checked.
It's the 3rd game?
Yeah.
Okay. And we're in a new game called Ein Ground here. So this is launch day, and all of our friends are here to have some fun, starting by fighting a buffalo as a tutorial. So,
and we're gonna skip all the tutorial screens, so I'll explain how some of the mechanics work, because no one's gonna be able to read them. The tutorial problems are gonna go way too fast.
Yeah, the cutscenes for the most part are skipped just by visual novel style.
Just hold
L1. Hold L1 and all the text blasts by. That was a mistake.
So basically, enemies in this game, after they use an attack that makes like a big red area, you can hit them with a sword skill, and it'll trigger what's called a weak, which will stagger them, even if they're a big enemy that wouldn't normally stagger. As you hit them, you can see that there's a multiplier gauge on there. That normally caps out at 2.0, but if you hit them with enough weaks and keep hitting them after that, hit them with ally skill chains, it can go above 2. It's just a damage multiplier. Almost every major attack in the game is telegraphed with one of these red areas. Perfect dodging them can give you like small benefits, can sometimes refill SP if your timing is really tight. And now we are just tasked with killing the boar. In the prior 3 little mini tutorials, it won't actually deplete the boar's health just from hitting it. You can't kill it yet. So if you see all those pop-ups on the top left and top right of the screen of the different characters, those are Sharky instructing his allies to attack. Which you do, the triggers have like little skill palettes that pop up, and you can give them commands to attack or use skills, and that will make them use more powerful attacks than they would otherwise. Very much increases their DPS. Very beneficial to us, especially in the early stages of the run.
I'm really hoping I guessed the correct direction for whether I need to go left or right here. I always get it confused.
So do I.
So we're in the town of beginnings now, and the game will task us with running in a circle throughout the whole town before we can move on to the next spot. There is warping on the map and going to places, but it tends to get locked down if the game intends for you to do something very specific.
Yeah, the game is very strict about quest flags, with one notable example, and that being the chapter end bosses. But outside of those, you generally have to progress through all events in order, because let's say we have events 1, 2, and 3 in a chapter. Event 2 won't even load until event 1 has been completed. And the only way around that is our hypothetical last event in that list is going to be the end boss, and that'll typically load regardless. But the only way to get there without triggering the others, because there's usually barriers, is to perform out of bounds. We have a couple out of bounds for Chapter 1, but they haven't been implemented in the route yet because we need to reroute our skill points. And we'll get into skill points a little bit further down the line once those start being relevant.
So a short thing I'm going to do here just while I've got time running through Market Street is I'm going to pick up a couple of weapons here. Actually, it's really just the dagger I need to grab with this route. So this side. There we go. So
yeah,
the dagger is mostly meant for movement tech, and fights are going to be done with the two-handed sword.
Yeah, the dagger, well, I guess I'll cover that when we get there, because it'll be pretty evident that we're moving a little bit faster. Then,
it is not hand healthy, but it is very effective.
Well, we allow turbo for this game, so.
We do, and I should be using it. So.
Oh, well.
Oh, well. Also, I did just check, and it looks like my save file is loading properly.
That's good, so we can do quit the title for the cooldown resets.
We can.
That is an important strat that saves. If you do it everywhere you can, that's relevant. It's probably like 2 or 3 minutes of time save across the whole run, which doesn't sound like a lot in a 4-hour run, but well, you know, we take whatever PBs we can get.
Also, in the record run I did, my save file was corrupted, and I realized while I was running that if I did the thing, then I was going to end up getting reset back to Chapter 1 and lose the run. So, what are you going to do sometimes? Technical difficulties, am I right? So, we've made the loop all the way around. We're now going to use the teleporter in the center of the area, and we're going to leave town to the first zone, where we'll go halfway in with our friends to do a quick quest. So this is still basically day 1 of the game's launch, so half of your friends haven't even managed to log in yet for the first time. We're all just bringing the old crew back together here. Also of note, this is not a death game like some seasons of the anime are, so if my whole party wipes, it's a game over and I'll have to start the section again, but just running out of health is not, for one character, is not going to wipe the game. Like, I think that's part of Hollow Fragment that was run earlier today.
In this game, so game overs are like not like super brutal most of the time. It does boot you back the title, but it auto-saves every time you enter a new area, so you're probably not going to lose that much progress. However, the former hardest fight in the run has a cutscene at the beginning of it that lasts about 1.5 minutes. So every time you used to die to that boss, you would have to sit through 1.5 minutes of that cutscene every time after loading back in.
I am not getting my window. My skill window's not popping up. I'm a little concerned right now.
Maybe it's your cursor position.
Maybe. Let me move it around real quick. This is...
Because I know that it prevents you from attacking.
No, it's... Oh, there we go.
Yeah. Okay, so this is dagger dashing. It is the fastest movement method in the game. There are ways we can augment it, but it's the core of all of the movement. Basically, it's a certain sequence of attack inputs with the dagger that move you much faster than running. It's about 40% faster than running when performed with perfect timing. There is a specific timing window you want to hit. It's about 3 frames. Because if you cancel it at the right time with I believe it's technically an air dash, but it doesn't perform the air dash. It's a different animation when you cancel it. And if you do that, you maintain a lot of momentum, and it moves you forward very, very far. If you don't get it perfect, it's probably like 30% faster, but it's still significantly faster than any other way in the game you could move.
And we have successfully managed to do the thing here. So we lost a tiny bit of time just from trying to figure out what was going on with the skill window, but we're back on track. So we finished our quest, and the game is going to send us back into town for a bit. It's going to make us run to the Market Street, talk to our friends at the inn. Which there's an inn on Market Street, and we have a room in it, and we're going to be in and out of it a whole bunch here. So
yeah, this game has a couple of various interludes where they make you watch some cutscenes. Thankfully, we can skip them, but we do have to run around in town a little bit, and that's pretty much the only place in the game we can't dagger dash, which is unfortunate. But the distances we have to travel are also a lot smaller than they are in the actual overworld maps. They're very big maps. Casually, I would say that probably the biggest flaw with the game, the biggest thing that might make people frustrated with it, is how big the maps are compared to your movement speed. But dagger dashing solves that, and it's a relatively easy technique to do as long as you don't care about hitting the 3-frame window.
yeah, well, even if you do it slower, it just happens slower. It still propels you fairly decently.
Yeah.
So the whole point is just you get every few swings you get a free weapon skill or sword skill that pops up. So if you do it right, you can cancel the free sword skill with the dash, and the extra hits then refill your gauge, your SP gauge for abilities and sword skills and dashing and evading and all this kind of stuff. So you kind of get a little circular momentum of use a little bit, fill it back up, use a little bit, fill it back up. And it's nice. The dagger, thankfully, is something we can easily do this with, in part because when you swing with the dagger, it pushes you forward.
Yep.
So,
The golden flash on the player character is the activation of the free sword skill that you cancel out of. By the way, if we didn't clarify that.
yeah, so when you see that little thing that flashes on you and you hear the sound, you just dash cancel it and then you keep going.
Yep.
So.
I have a video
And, like,
tutorial on my YouTube channel.
Just moving all the way through the first zone, that saves a good 20-25 seconds in running through that area. And that's just one area on one map.
And we go through a lot of maps in this game.
We do.
Like 30 plus, probably. So some of them multiple times. A lot of them multiple times. There's a fair bit of running back and forth. Later on, we get something that makes us even faster, so we end up about 90% faster than running. But that's not for a little bit. And when we get that, kind of depends on RNG a little bit. But we'll cover that when we get there.
Yeah, the speed potions are either going to show up in 10 minutes or 20 minutes.
Yep.
So we'll find that as we go. We've met a new character that's specific to this game. Her name is Premier. She's a little bit of a mystery at first, but eventually we're going to find out she's kind of an NPC of this game, and then maybe a little bit more than that at some point. So
okay. So if you look in the bottom left corner, you can see text that says things like Buffer has reached level 2 point whatever, 2H Sword has reached level 3.1. Those are skill point upgrades. So when you hit enemies with a weapon, you have a chance, depending on the weapon type, to gain skill points in that weapon. It doesn't matter anything other than that you hit an enemy with a weapon. It can be any attack with that weapon. It doesn't matter what enemy it is, what their stats are, anything. And it's a fixed % chance at base, like at 0 skill for a weapon, for that given weapon. Weapon type, sorry. So like two-handed sword, I think, has like a 21% or something. Two-handed axe has like a 33%. And then on the way lower side, I think dagger has like a 1.8%. And then the amount... What? Sorry?
I was just going to say, I think they're kind of trying to normalize for how often they think you're going to be swinging or hitting
exactly.
things, so...
But they're kind of also weird because they don't always stay at the same rate. As the weapons get higher in skill, they trigger more often, but the amounts of skill points that you gain are lower. So by like 500, you're gaining 0.1 every time, but you're going to be getting triggers a whole lot more often. And actually, there's another like weird oddity where like the first 10 levels are actually really slow for some reason, and then after that it speeds up, which further gives an advantage to weapons that have the slower swing speed because they have a higher percent chance to begin with, so it's nerfed less.
You'll also notice that you can operate the menu for equipment or new skills while you're moving around, so the ability to do that cleanly also helps shave off some time for what you're doing.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, it's super nice. It's actually possible to play this game with mouse and controller at the same time. It like accepts full dual input, which can be really helpful for menuing in particular. It's not really helpful for the rest of the game. I've tried it. That's my preferred play style for most games. But in this game, it's probably better to use just controller for everything that isn't menuing.
There's when you're trying to scroll through the skill menu quickly to upgrade new skills, spinning the mouse wheel is much faster.
You can actually spin the mouse wheel and hold down on the D-pad at the same time, and it's even faster than that. So,
why have I never thought of that?
I don't know. Maybe you just don't do dual input for like 90% of the games that you play, because I do it for almost everything. I actually play some games on a fight stick that plugs a regular controller into it, so that I get 8 buttons of fight stick, left analog stick as digital, and then I get a full other controller, which has all the same inputs that it would normally have, and the game accepts all of them. Doesn't work on PC, though. Only on...
You think you're better than me because you're better than me?
No. I don't think I'm better than you.
You know, it's okay.
We don't even speedrun the same games except this one, and your time is better, so...
Yeah, well, leaderboard position isn't everything.
That's true.
We've reached the second zone, and part of what it was showing there is that every new zone within a map, for the most part, will have a teleport stone at the beginning. And if you go talk to it, you can then map warp back to this area. So that's useful if you are ever going to have to come back to zones multiple times or have to see an area again. But with the way that this first world is laid out, it's faster to not come back here, but come back to the place after it when you go back to town.
Yep.
So,
based on the
gonna
position
make a
of
quick
teleport stone, specifically.
So even though we've already done the thing, and I could use the map to warp back to town, it saves a little bit of time to go ahead and travel forward now, because it means no backtracking later.
As for plot, what we're doing right now is we're gathering some materials for Lisbeth. That's the pink-haired girl, if you haven't seen SAO. She is a blacksmith, and she needs some raw materials to do some blacksmithing work, and she wants to open a shop here, because, you know, all the characters are just starting in this new Sword Art MMO, so they have to establish themselves. We're never going to use her smithing service, probably, but we still have to do this to progress in the game, so...
I mean, the game will tell us where it's at and that it exists, but, you know, we're nice folks. We want to do the right thing. We want to be helpful here. So, you know, thumbs up, let's do this,
and also,
right?
we have to. So there's that.
I mean, that's one way of looking at it.
We are obligated to help out a character that we will never use the services of. But if you want to do it out of the kindness of your heart, you're allowed to do that. Maybe you're just nicer than me, because I wouldn't.
So the game actually will allow you to shuffle around your party earlier, but because Liz is still in the party when we get back to town, her quest automatically completes.
Yeah, otherwise you have to go find her in like Market Street or whatever, and the characters walk around, they free roam around the town, so it can be really obnoxious to find them. There's actually a time when that's plot mandated, so at least one.
There's a few of them between a couple of characters, and unfortunately the PC tends to... This copy of the game tends to load characters much slower than the console does, so... Like the PS4, they load in immediately. The PC here, which I'm running on, you may have to wait a good 10 or 15 seconds before the character loads in for you, so... In any case, we are progressing through a little bit of story where our friends are getting used to our new friend that we've just met, Premier, and trying to figure out what's up with her and if she does need help, how we can help her. So we do this thing, and then afterwards we get an alarm that says, hey, I'm supposed to go questing with my girlfriend. I'm going to go meet her at this part of town. So we're going to map warp straight there. and then go talk to her, and Premier will show up, and the three of us will go hang out together. You might have also noticed that I switched to the two-handed sword right before I teleported back to town. The reason for that is this is going to take us straight into a fight. And I don't want to be trying to switch my weapons while I'm also getting punched in the face by a skeleton.
Yeah, that's understandable. I mean, it can add for an interesting challenge, but it'll probably lose you time, so we don't really want that.
It's more difficult, and it's slower. A speedrunner's dream.
Yep.
Or wait, whatever the opposite of that is. So this fight is not bad. It's just you either want to try to parry or get out of the way of it immediately taking a swing at you, and then it's just, knock it down.
Yeah, it has pretty short startup on its like basic attacks. So if it starts one and you're in the way, there's not a lot of opportunity to dodge it on reaction. But between two-handed sword and Asuna cooperating, we can kill it really, really fast.
Even when you only have two party members, you can still use the team commands to do skill chains, or dodge out of the way, or everybody get up there and fight. And if you're playing casually, it's really easy to get into the mythos of being a solo player, or just forget that you're controlling your friends and play like one person when you really have four swords around you. So
yeah, in the early parts of this game, party members are overpowered.
In the later part of the game, with how we play, they're still overpowered.
I guess that's true. They're like 15 levels above us. Their levels scale automatically. We only gain the levels that we get from fighting. We never get level scaling like they do.
I'm almost certain I have to run back to here, and I still have to adjust my party anyway, so...
Yeah, are you doing Straya route, or Straya, Klein, Yuki? Is that the route you use for that?
I stole that from St. All, and I haven't gotten a chance to truly finagle around with the rest of the party members.
I mean, yeah. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
So just to clarify for folks, there are basically sub-jobs that kind of match up to players' personalities for your friends. Things like attacker, or healer, or buffer, or tank. And in order to get the most out of what we're trying to do, we pick one friend that has the tank role and two of them that have the attacker roles. And the Japanese player that I copied so much of my early work off of with this always picked Straya for a tank, although they're not the only tank that's available.
There are only two, though.
And then Yuki... Yeah, well, I mean, technically you could swap others around, but Agil is the other default tank.
Yeah.
And then Yuki and Klein are the two damage dealers that I prefer to bring along. So
yeah. There's not a conclusive answer as to who out of the 6 overall best party members are. We know which 3 of those 6 are the best. We know which 6 are the best, and these are 3 of them. The other 3 would be Agil, Lifa. Oh, actually, no, there's just 5 best. My bad. So Agil and Lifa, who are potential replacements for Straya and Yuki, because they use the same... basically, they fill the same roles. Agil is two-handed axe rather than two-handed sword. He has slightly different skills. Actually, the current running theory between Nylan and I is that it's better to swap them out every other chapter, because characters that aren't in your party benefit more from the automatic level scaling than ones who are. But we're not sure yet. We need to test it a little bit further. There's a lot of room for optimization in this run as far as we pushed it already.
I mean, we've done a good job to get it as far as we have, and one of the potential optimizations, and really the only piece of RNG that's in the early part of the run, is this here. So there are blue chests throughout all of the different zones that will either have they'll either have an item or an accessory in them 50% of the time. So even though I'm still quite underleveled, I'm going to attempt to take down these boars here, because the treasure chest will either give me free expensive speed potions for movement, or it'll give me a free accessory that I'm never going to change out. So
It's like a Morton's fork,
so-
but good.
what did we get?
Speed potions.
Speed potions. All right. So I'm not going to use those just yet because speed potions, while they are a 50% movement buff, they only last 5 minutes or the next time something hits you. And over the next 5 minutes, there's a couple fights to do. So
Yeah, it's pretty...
Oh,
go ahead, sorry.
this is also really good for the movement, or rather for the money route, because speed potions are relatively expensive compared to what you actually have available. So
Yeah.
like 90% of the money we're going to pick up in this run is going to go to speed potions.
That's accurate. Yeah, we burn through them pretty quick, even if we don't get hit. It is reasonably difficult to get through areas without getting hit. If you notice how sometimes Sharkie will end up moving towards an enemy, he's not intending to do that. The game has a really overzealous auto lock-on if an enemy detects you. It tries to make you target them even if you don't want to, and there's no way to cancel that other than having them not notice you, which isn't really entirely up to you. So while you can mitigate this to an extent with careful movement, it's not perfect in every circumstance.
Yeah, sometimes it ends up being more effective to dagger dash less effectively so that you're not doing one of those actions when the game would otherwise be locking you onto something.
Or in other words, Sharkie's not making a mistake there. The game just is disagreeing with what he wants to do.
I mean, I guess that's technically both, but
in a way, I guess, but it's like impossible to know. So it's like soft randomness in a way. It's weird.
So as far as the story goes, we've gotten a chance to go run around and do some things now, and the game is trying to point us in the direction of exploring and figuring out where the next boss is, or whether the boss of the next chapter is. We got to a point, and then we saw that there was a big golem blocking the way, so we're asked to explore and find a way to unblock the path. And what comes of that is this here, where it's, okay, let's go find our friend and go beat him up. So
as you can see, while the boss is down, all the damage numbers are gold while he's knocked down. That is a mechanic that enables us to do a lot more damage to things when we're under level than we otherwise would be able to. It's just auto crits, which negate a portion of defense, which... This enemy has a lot of health, but Sharkie is able to kill it very quickly due to being able to knock it down and get the multiplier up to 4.0 damage.
Okay, so we finished off that part, and we can map warp straight back to section 3 of the area to go ahead and do the Lost Golem's brother. After that, we'll do a little leveling and a lot of running around for the next... probably 5 minutes afterwards.
Ooh, we get to talk about leveling in a minute. That's cool.
We do. Also, just because I can, I'm going to use this as an opportunity to show off past movement tech, which is still sometimes rarely used. When you throw things, the game doesn't let you lose momentum if you're in the air. So dash, jump, and throw, and you end up just kiting yourself faster in the air that you'd otherwise go. So... it does not refresh your SP, however, though, so it will run out, and it's not that great, but for a few times it's useful. So.
Basically, any time when menuing would lose more time than you would lose to switch back to the dagger, then would lose more time to take the time loss of moving only about 8 to 12% faster, I believe, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm. Sounds about right.
I timed it at one point, but I don't have it up right now, so...
No worries, boss. So, we're going to get to go into this fight, and it's basically going to be same as the first one does. We'll do a team sequence of skill chains to drive up the damage number, and then we're just going to group up and hit it till it dies.
Yeah, this one has a little bit more health than the other one, but it doesn't take that much longer to kill, for the same reason. We still only have the basic skills. We still only have our starting sword skill, which is Blast. It's a single hit. It gives us super armor when we use it, and does like a decent amount of stagger. And then
Part of me really wants to pick up Yuki here, and part of me went, "Oh, I really don't want to lose the multiplier," and then I lost the multiplier anyway.
Yup.
Ah, son of a gun. All right, this is fine.
What was I saying?
I,
Oh yeah, and
my
just our
bad.
basic attacks. That's really all we have access to, besides like a parry mechanic that isn't as good as parrying sounds like it would be, and then the ability to recharge our SP, which almost every mechanic in this game actually didn't exist in the original Vita and PS4 versions. They were patched in after the fact. So things like guarding, SP charging, the way skill points work, all of those are improvements that were patched in well after the game's launch. The original released version of this game is actually kind of miserable to play. It's very tedious. It's very hard to get skill points. You have to fight things that are on level with you, which becomes a problem because when you fight things, you level up. So if you get to a point in the game where you can't beat a boss, but you're too high level to gain more sword skills, you can't get any stronger to fight the boss.
Yeah, it's no fun, but these things are going a little bit slower than they would on a PB pace, but it's also kind of investing time to get more skill points. So far, I'm not going to complain about it. Let's see here. Chainmaster, Ephemeral. Didn't mean to do that yet.
Do you have enough for
Good.
Cyclone still?
Barely.
Yeah, you should be good.
Where's it at?
Cyclone's the only one you actually need this early, right?
It is. And then just for giggles,
Scout?
I'm gonna go ahead and pick up a. Nah, I don't want to pick up Scout yet because that means swapping over to Scout and using it. So,
Oh yeah, I don't know when you. I don't remember when the Scout swap is. So.
And this would be a little bit more efficient if I was running around, but oh well.
Yeah, that's fine.
Drop this in here, and yeah, we're good to go.
So. Oh yeah, did you want to go over the skill system, or should I?
Take a shot at it, man. Fire.
Okay,
away.
so every weapon has. Remember how we talked about earlier how weapons gain skill points with use? Well, doing that unlocks the ability. So every 10 skill points you gain in a weapon, or a subclass, which is like Buffer and Scout, they're a separate subclass you can choose to equip from that same menu. You gain a skill point, and you can, like a general skill point, and you can invest those in learning new things for your like action bar, your palette here, which is like where your special moves and those potions and such are. And eventually we want to get a certain setup of those that give us a lot of buffs to make up for being under-leveled, because in the speedrun we aren't going to take the time to grind.
Definitely not.
So we picked up a couple of important buffs there. Namely, we picked up Ephemeral Strength, which is a 200% strength boost for 30 seconds. It's very costly and has like a 3 or 4 minute cooldown, but it's the highest single damage buff in the game, at least this early. It's honestly a little bit unfair how good it is. It enables us to make huge chunks in the health bars of anything we can't just demolish outright. And it's actually, despite being called Ephemeral Strength, it's actually just damage plus 200%, not strength. There are 4 stats in this game on which things can scale, but that one doesn't even care about them. It's just like you do triple damage.
It is a lot of fun. Also on top of that, Lumberjack is, well, not Lumberjack, Cyclone, which is the two-handed sword iteration of that, is an AoE sword skill. And I went ahead and I'm pretty sure I picked up all 3 of the SP providing
I think you did.
abilities.
I saw Mindstorm, SP Charge, and Variable Storm. So yeah, it looks like you got all
Yeah,
of
so
them.
that's all of them for the whole deal here. So
I
do need to take some time at some point and readjust my two-hander skill palette, but for now I'm just eating up this speed potion.
Yep.
So we have made it past the golems. We are moving further along, and just like before, the game is going to go, hey, we found a roadblock that's going to make you explore more. In this case, it's going to be a big rock.
Yeah, we do have a way to bypass this actually, but we have to reroute our early game skill points to do so, because there's a mini boss that we'll be fighting in order to clear this obstacle without the skip. And with the skip, we don't fight it, which means we lose a lot of skill points, meaning we would essentially be fighting the chapter end boss with what we have right now, which would put us at, well, level 4, like you can see. And
Yeah.
since the skip also deprives us of... So one mechanic the chapter end bosses give you is they give you a full raid party of like 16...
4 groups of 4?
Yeah, it's like 16 total people, including you. And you don't get that if you do the skips, because that's tied to the flags. I mentioned earlier that the game doesn't like it when you skip flags for the most part. That is the consequence of skipping flags, is you don't get the raid parties, which makes the boss, at least especially this early in the game, very hard. He kills you in one hit if you're still like level 4 or 5.
We can get away with it closer to the end, but right now it's just, I got to figure out some kind of way to get around that and not give up all the time that we make up by doing the skips.
Yep.
So
we have a theoretical strat, but we're not sure about the optimal implementation yet. Basically using team attacks on enemies we accidentally tag with dagger dashes along the way, since it's kind of hard to avoid accidentally tapping enemies. Assuming we can do, especially earlier on before we get the speed potions, because then we don't have to risk losing them.
So normally if we had not gotten our 50-50 in that chest earlier, we would be unlocking the ability to buy speed potions right here. And I'd go over to that teleporter and go back to town, sell everything I can, and usually get 3 of them to run around with. But I don't have to do that right now. I can save that selling for later on and just keep rolling. What? Rolling. Yeah.
Yeah. The skip that I mentioned, which I showed off in the first discussion block yesterday, that would skip going down this entire path and fighting the boss at the end. And then after this, we're going to go up out the eastern exit of the cave we were just in and go up another path to pick up an item. And it would skip all of that, in addition to a mini-boss fight later on that you will see. Probably saving about between 6 and 8 minutes. When you account
it's at
for the
least
time
5
difference.
minutes of running around, yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and slow up slightly just so I can go ahead and set up my things here right before this next fight. So drop you two here. And part of doing this earlier is these things are not way the heck over here and having to drag them one at a time. So this will be helpful to do this now.
Yeah, new skills show up in the first open slot in your palette.
So it works out nicely to use that speed potion here as well, because it's real easy to get tagged by this guy that we're about to fight. So
yeah,
let's see.
but it's about to wear off anyway, so
he's probably going to manage to pick himself up here, and I also have to be careful to make sure I don't get hit much, because yeah, that's an easy way to get beat. So,
you should be able to knock him down as soon as he puts his tail down, and then you can just ephemeral and destroy him, though.
Yeah, this will be fine. So
because he goes down pretty fast with ephemeral strength. He does have this annoying habit of liking to sit in the air, but you can knock him down by destroying his parts, his head and his tail. And then he takes a bunch of extra damage because he gets down, so he gets crit on every hit. And the parts regenerate, so you can repeatedly knock him down.
Well, if you can get your damage right and actually, you know,
oh, you broke the head
not
again.
get distracted, I'll take it.
Yeah, no, that's not bad at all. You can probably just spam Cyclone from here. You got it.
I'm trying.
Yeah, that was a decent dragon fight.
Yeah, wasn't that great, wasn't that bad.
Yeah, that's fine.
So, I skipped the teleporter right after the golem. I skipped the one for this, but I made sure to pick up the warp for the middle zone, because that's the closest place to the other half of this quest, and also getting back to blowing up the rock on the way.
Yep.
So, oh, right, backwards. There we go. Okay. So the next little bit here is just going to be running around trying to make it to the boss that's at the end of this whole area. Still okay on those. We should be fine. The other team ability that I've spammed a lot but we haven't talked about is the compliment system. The game gives you a couple of buffs for basically every so many seconds that you're in the middle of a fight, telling one person in your group that they did a good job. So it's literally marked as the good job button, or R2 on your default controls. And every time I do that, I get a free 50% added to, or sorry, not 50%. I get a free 50 SP added to that gauge. And it also, if I do it right, also knocks 10% off of any remaining cooldowns that are on. So, like Fast Step, for example, is scrolling down. It's got 30 some odd seconds left. If I had a reason to and successfully gave Straya a compliment here, that ability would suddenly just have 4 seconds vanish off of the cooldown before it's available again. So,
and that's especially useful for some of our longer cooldown abilities, like Ephemeral Strength, which is, like I mentioned, is like 3 or 4 minutes or something crazy.
I think that one's 3 minutes.
Yeah, there are situations where you can circumvent the cooldowns entirely. If you are in a room where you are very near the entrance, you can actually log out, like go back to title and come back in, and all your buffs will be reset, but so will your cooldowns. So there's a couple places, particularly before bosses, where that's beneficial.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't always do that, because if something's halfway through a zone and you have to progress through the zone and fight another thing, you're probably going to lose, in many cases, more time running back to the boss, or the second boss, I guess. It depends.
You also,
we need to do more thorough testing on it, but they're...
Part of the concern there is that it also drops your existing buff, which is often your speed potion.
Yeah.
And you only have so many of those to throw around.
So we would need to find out all of the optimal times to do that. Generally, when a speed potion is going to run out anyway, but it's not entirely determined yet how many times that ends up being worth in the run as it currently stands. And we have to reroute the beginning anyway, so...
Yeah, we got this. This game's a lot of fun. Y'all should play it.
Yeah, there's a lot of room for optimization, like I mentioned. Despite how far the game's already been pushed, there is... we think... So we use load remove time for this game on PC, because the game... It does have minimum loads, but some of the players in the community have hard drives, or like HDDs rather than SSDs, and that incurs like more than 10 minutes of loads. So in order to be fair, I made a load remover for the game so that it equalizes all times.
Yeah, for the entire game playing on the drive I've got, there's about a half an hour of loads. The other player that's done a lot of competing with me this year, Foz, they have, I want to say, somewhere in the network of 45 to 50 minutes of loads for the same category.
Yes,
in the
something
same
like
game,
that.
So.
All that to say, the LRT record is, I think it's like a 316, right? So your PB is?
I just realized that I might actually be, what I'm seeing on my own timer might actually be comparing to a splits instead of last run.
Oh,
so I was like, why am I so far behind?
That might be why, yeah. Because you had a lot of time save in like the mid game, like 2, 3, and 4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I'm a couple of minutes behind PB at this point, but this is still a very respectable time.
Yeah, this is pretty solid.
Am I actually doing that?
Yeah, all that to say, I think with the current route, a 310 LRT is probably pretty, like, it would take some work for sure, but it is possible. With skips, with all the skips that I've already brought up in the discussion blocks and other strat ideas that we've got, assuming those pan out, sub 3 is very doable. And once we get a little bit later in the run, I actually have a bounty for a particular trick that I'm putting up because I want to see someone find something that will skip 20 minutes of gameplay that offers us nothing except for like 2 extra levels maybe that we could probably get faster somewhere else anyway.
Straight cash, buddy.
But I'll bring it up when we get there because it doesn't make much sense out of context.
So we've almost made it to the end of the running around for Chapter 1. We've pushed our way all the way through to the entrance to the dungeon now. And usually I split at the... I've got a split for this whenever we get out of that cutscene, so... every...
Oh, go ahead.
So
Go ahead.
I was just going to say that every world has a dungeon with a boss in it, and generally speaking, there's 1 or 2 zones or areas to run through once you get to it. So we're pretty close to the end here as far as Chapter 1 at least.
Yeah, Chapter 1's almost done. Minor marathon safety optimization that I just thought of. You're really close to level 5, and the slime enemies in this area die really fast to slash weapons. So you hit them with a couple of cyclones, you can probably just hit level 5, and that'll make twin kobolds a little bit easier, a little bit quicker. And probably a little bit safer as well.
We'll see.
Yeah, because you're like right on the cusp of level 5.
Let me see where that speed potion runs out.
Oh, fair.
Because usually it runs out right around or right before I make it over to the 2 kobolds that we have to take on. Or the other thing is, if I do this right, I'll be able to kill the first one, level up on it, and then be
I guess
full
that's
strength
fair,
for
yeah.
the second one.
Oh, with the knife toss thing, yeah. Because you can bait them.
Yeah.
I always forget that that's a mechanic.
Yeah, I only started remembering it the last couple of times. But throwing weapons are supposed to do no damage but get something's attention. And if I don't mess this up, we'll be able to fight the last little mini boss here a half at a time as opposed to all of the time at the time.
Yeah, it's pretty miserable when you have to fight both of them at once because they can kind of gank you and like hit you from different sides at once. It's a little bit hard to get away from, and one of them does a lot of damage when he attacks, the older one.
And now that speed potion is worn off, I can physically feel the difference in,
Oh yeah, it's
in
50%.
movement speed.
The movement speed buffs are additive, if anyone was curious, not multiplicative, so it is 90% total with the dagger dashing.
All the speed. They're not facing each other. Come on.
Ooh, older first, okay.
I'm just going to take whatever's in front of me, really.
Sure.
And this one is a pain because if it gets to swinging, it can very easily eat through my 1,000 health that I've got
Yeah,
here.
it can stun lock you from full health to death.
It's definitely trying at the moment.
Oh, but you downed it, that's good. That was good damage. Good damage on that down.
Oh, I'm
Ooh,
trying. I'm almost...
That was sketch.
This gets real sketch real quick.
Oh, he's almost
if you're
down
not
though.
careful.
You got him. It is way easier than that one. That one's by
There we
far.
go.
He's like 2 levels higher. He does way more damage.
Yeah, and I literally just take on whatever I see first.
The level gaps in this game are kind of weird because they matter not that much for offense because we have so many offense buffs, but we die very quickly because our max health is tied to our level, even if our defense isn't as affected by it. So if we were like level 10 right now, we would probably have more than twice as... I think we would have like 2,500 health or something, maybe even more than that.
Mm-hmm.
And if we were playing the game normally, we'd also probably have better equipment that would actually protect us from these things. But as it stands, we die in 3 hits from most enemies, and they can combo for 2.
Yeah, good times.
Or more, in some cases. That is the other mini-boss that would be skipped by by Dynamite Skip and Kobold Skip, which would bring us straight to the boss. Oh, we would also skip the pre-boss cutscenes. That would also save probably about a minute. So I forgot to include that in my...
Yeah, so the game at this
summation.
point is going to introduce us to the concept of doing raids and having all these groups on top of us here. So If I had come to this point before I killed those things, it would have gone, oh, there's a seal in your way. Turn back around and find a way through. So on and so forth.
I'm probably really late on reading this, but in the chat, Mr. Titan says, let's go Sharky. Heck yeah.
Titan is an old friend from the 13 community. Thank you so much for popping in here, brother. It's good to see you. Now it's time to prove or disprove whether or not my saves are working right.
Looks like that worked.
Time to
Would have already crashed. Right?
Well, no. If I log back in where I was before, then the saves are fine.
Okay. As opposed to logging back in Chapter 4? The practical
I did once log out in Chapter 2 and come back to the opening tutorial about the
boar?
about the Town of Beginnings.
Oh, yeah.
So
Gotcha.
It happens. I forgot to change my weapon over, unfortunately, so this is going to be a slow start, but it's fine. So we're coming up on Weiss the Kobold Lord, and that is, it's not quite Ilfang, but it's an Ilfang knockoff. And I'm going to fight him by waiting for him to take a hit and then knocking his knees off and beating him down before he does anything. Also, there we go. We're ready.
Remind me, when do you switch to Scout?
If I've got enough skill points, I'll do it right at the start of Chapter 2. But I have lost a couple of runs because I couldn't get enough skill points at the end because I didn't earn enough on Buffer in Chapter 1. So
yeah, because that's RNG.
If I get to Chapter 2 and I see buffers in the 250 range, I'll go ahead and swap over. If it's like 180, I'm probably going to wait for later before I pick up Scout.
Fun fact, we actually have a mod that removes the randomness from skill point gains. But it's unreleased as of right now. It's essentially done. It'll hopefully be released soon.
Oh, by the way, you have to pull out your weapon before you can use your skills, so oops.
Yeah, but nobody knows if you don't say that, so it's fine. Just pretend that
well, it's a good thing I didn't tell anyone.
Yeah, oops. Exactly. So this guy actually has an internal level. You can see that he doesn't have a level displayed on his health bar, but his internal level is 21, which is more than 3 times our level.
But who cares, because he's about dead.
Yeah.
The only special thing that you can sometimes get out of this is if my character manages to get the final hit on him, which I generally don't mess with, but I'm going to this time because, well, I'm going to try to. It doesn't seem to be working right now. But you get bonus accessories if you can manage to put that together.
I don't know if you got it.
I don't either. We'll find out. It'll actually say the name of whoever got it here on the screen.
Yeah.
Nope.
That's too bad.
Yeah, that's fine. There's backups.
Yep, true. So, there's more impactful equipment in the game as well.
Yeah, so I'm a couple minutes behind my usual, but, you know, we had a little bit of stumbles here and there, so it's fine. I did gold split that boss at least.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that was a pretty good Weiss fight.
I mean, 43 minutes LRT, 50 minutes flat to this.
Yeah, your record has a 39, I think, coming out of Chapter 1.
Yeah, so this beats everybody else that isn't me. So we need more competition. Please come play this game with us.
Yeah, this game is sick, honestly. For especially for like a random licensed anime game, it has no right to be as good as it is. As a speed game, especially.
Yeah, exactly. So, back to the end of Chapter 1, back to the inn. We're going to run out of here, get some cutscenes, and slowly open up things. But first, I'm going to go ahead and sell all the things here so that I can pick up speed potions and load up on them, because I was down to 1. Now I've got 7 more. And your maximum that you can hold of any item is 9 at a time, so...
Yeah, we can't like mega bulk up on it, so there's no point in like farming for it early on, especially because like if we were even going to try and farm for materials for this, which generally isn't necessary, we just get them from stuff we kill anyway. We wouldn't be able to make use of it. We can't stock enough at once, and we'd have to go back here to buy more. So
So I could go ahead and switch to my dagger, but when I grab skills, it puts it onto the palette of whatever weapon you're currently using. And I want all that stuff to go to the other place. Buffer's at 253. Carry the 2. That's probably enough to go for scout now.
Chrome asks, are we gaming? We are indeed gaming, Chrome. Are you gaming?
Chrome, is Chrome one of the nice folks here that does one of the restreams?
Yeah, Chrome is doing, I think, the Brazilian, the Portuguese restream.
That's awesome. Thank you so much for putting that on for folks that speak Portuguese. Also want to shout out the Japanese restream, who I assume are really killing it today, because
I think they're
always awesome.
Yeah, there's a Portuguese restream, a Spanish restream, and a Japanese restream. I believe that's all of them.
That's so cool. I hope they're having a blast tonight. Alright, check out my equipment real quick. Yeah, the armor's for free, so... The stats are somewhat random on the equipment that you pick up, so sometimes you'll get more health, sometimes you'll get offensive stats, sometimes you'll get defensive stats. It kind of varies. But you always, when you beat the chapter bosses, get either a chest or leg piece of armor. And then on top of that, if you get the last attack bonus, you'll get an accessory to go with it. So
Chrome says, no, thank you, Little Sharky, for being an incredible human being and an awesome runner.
I am definitely only one of those things, but thank you so much.
He also says, you too are indeed a great friend. Why are you being nice to me, Chrome? This isn't part of the rules. People aren't supposed to be this nice to me. But thank you.
So kind. Unfortunately, I've managed to... So sometimes these things spawn here and sometimes they don't, but basically there are randomly hyper over-leveled enemies laying around, and the game thinks it's such a big deal it will actually go, warning, warning, and yell at you if you get too close to them. So I am not going to touch any of that mess while I'm doing this run.
Yeah, that enemy is like level 90 something, 100 something, and can it would, if we wanted to fight it, it would take us more than like 30 minutes to kill probably. The level scaling is really harsh at those extremes.
I think the level cap is actually 50 before you complete the main story too. So.
Yeah, it's doable if you have like a full set of buffs, because that'll make up for your offense being lower like level wise. But we don't, even with the stuff that we have like ephemeral strength, it's still not enough to bridge the gap for something that's much stronger than us. Which thankfully we never have to fight in the run anyway.
Nope, we just have to run past them every so often, so... I have to remember while I'm running around town to do the menuing, because I didn't do the menuing earlier. But there's no fight before we get to the next time that the game is going to force us to return to town, so... And there's no returning to these zones specifically, so...
Oh, should we explain why we're going out of our way right now? Like to all these other places?
Yeah, I forgot to explain the start of Chapter 2, so go for it.
Yeah, so at the beginning of Chapter 2, there's this enemy called a Dark Immortal, and its name sounds much more intimidating than it actually is. It's a really, really easy enemy as soon as you can legitimately fight it. But the game is like, no, he's invincible, you can't fight him. And even if you deplete his health, the game will just kick you out of the room. And it won't let you progress. So you have to go and do some random side quests, basically, in order to remove his invulnerability, I guess, even though he takes visible damage when you hit him. So
I always assumed it wasn't necessarily so much that you couldn't hurt him, it was just he was infinitely respawning.
Yeah, either way, we have to go remove his immortality before we can beat him and progress. Because for some reason his existence creates a force field or something. I don't know. I didn't...
because reasons.
I skipped all the dialogue when I first played this game, so... And I've only played it once casually.
And I've skipped all the dialogue every time since the first time I played it a few years ago.
There you go.
What are you gonna do? So... basically we're running around trying to figure out there must be something going on here that will let us get through this, but what is about to happen is we're going to get to another path to go underground, and it's going to be filled with poison gas, and that's a problem. So we figure we can't do anything else to get past it at this point, but we can go back to town and talk to our information broker friend, see if Argo knows anything and can help us get through here. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to run around with Premier and Argo a bit before we can finally come back to town here. There's also a second enhancement to the route that I put together somewhat recently, which is using the quest board now to pick up a few different sets of potions that would otherwise be prohibitively expensive.
Yeah, the money routing's really tight. Because after chapter 1 and the stuff we kill for this quest, we don't kill anything else for the entire game except for like mandatory enemies for the most part. So we have limited opportunities to get drops that we can sell for money.
So storyline wise, we found Argo, we just found Premier, and we just found somebody who's decided that they're going to try to farm Premier for experience. Which is a bad thing, and also changes your in-game. It apparently changes your player cursor to where all NPCs will now attack you from now on, so that guy can never go back to town. And I'm okay with that. So, alright, before I forget, let's do this menuing real quick. So we go ahead and pick up Scout, and we've got the points for this ability and this passive ability, and then I think I've got enough to start. Yeah, so we'll go ahead and just start working our way down the sets of swords we've got. There we go. You'll go here, and you'll go here.
I apologize if you hear any typing. I'm making a note about the route.
No sweat. The other thing is, while it won't be as prevalent quite yet, starting closer to chapter 3 or so, Skill Connect is going to be a thing that pops up. If you don't try to do anything in the middle of a sword skill, most of them will, at the last hit, let you flash blue and start a second sword skill. And you can connect those a few times together to basically get extra damage multipliers on top of each subsequent skill you use. So I chain skill A into skill B into skill C, and the third one might do double damage it would otherwise. Storyline wise, we have decided that it's a good idea to teach Premier how to hold a weapon and do sword skills and defend herself, because we can't always protect her, and we don't want any other jackwagon to try to farm her for experience.
Yeah, that'd be ideal, because if she gets KO'd and stays that way long enough, we just automatically game over, even if everyone else in the party's still alive.
It's a plot point that while it's not a death game for us, it is actually a death game for NPCs. So if Premier gets dead and she basically stays dead and gets replaced by a different NPC to fill her role later, which is bad because, you know, she's a friend. We'd like her to stick around. So
we should talk about the skill route sometime after, like, tomorrow or something. I have ideas. I was looking at the skill tree when you were picking those up, and I had some ideas about some potential rerouting for that, but don't worry about that right now.
No sweat. So the other benefit of picking up Scout at this point is it's going to give us a brand new sub job to level up, and jobs will level much faster until they hit about 300, and then they scale much less, only like 0.1 per hit that actually gives you skill.
Yep.
So by getting buffer up to like 250 and then swapping it to something else, there's an extra 30 skill points we can pick up to throw into weapons and things like that.
It is worth noting also that because the stat or the increase chances for the EX skills or the subclasses are consistent across all of them, what am I trying to say? They actually level up faster with fast-hitting weapons. It's just that it's not worth using them for that, just because of the... we need the weapon skill points more than we need the subclass skill points.
Yeah, everything we're going to be fighting, we're going to be using our damage weapon from now on. And really the entire time. Dagger is just there for movement tech.
Yeah, it's not super strong. So we theorized a dagger route for a little bit, but the problem is the only weapons that do enough damage with the base version of the weapon to be competent are the heavy weapons, which would be two-handed sword and two-handed axe. We would need to get a purple drop, which is defeating mini boss monsters on certain parts of the map to get a purple katana or scimitar, which would have been the other options besides. Well, those are the most viable ones, alternatives that we're looking at. But the monster we would need to kill to get a dagger is a crab, which resists all damage but blunt, which would mean we'd have to use mace to kill it faster, and even that is not fast because the mace is really bad in this game. Sorry, bludgeoning weapon enjoyers.
The one thing I'll say is that there's a specific weapon I use, there's a specific weapon that the fastest PS4 runner uses, but that doesn't mean that they're the only viable weapons to run and try to go through. So if you're a big fan of swords, if you're a big fan of spears, if you're a big fan of whatever makes you happy, you know, just go ahead and see where the treasures are to go get your extra weapons and go run that route. So there's no speedrunning police that says you must run the most easy or most efficient route at all times. So.
And fun fact, we actually theorized that one-handed sword is the fastest weapon for Chapter 1%, which is our... it's a shorter category for people who don't have time or just don't want to commit to like a 4-hour speedrun. It's about an hour-long RTA. The boar, there's a giant boar boss in the first free open area of the game. It's about level 13, and you can kill it pretty quick. And if it drops a purple sword with the right buffs, it is probably the best weapon for Chapter 1. But nobody's attempted to run with that yet. So who knows? Also, if you have this game on PS4, there are no Chapter 1% runs on PS4, so you could just get free record just by submitting a run.
I support that. I say go for it.
Yeah, for sure.
And I just messed up by using the wrong thing, so this will be fun. This is a little bit of an annoying fight because this scorpion not only can push out fairly decent damage, but has paralysis in its wheelhouse for its abilities, so you might get through this without getting hit. You might get killed and lose a couple minutes trying to pick yourself up. So fun to just flip that coin and see what happens. So
yeah, it's all...
doing this.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so that's okay. So doing this has given us a seal, which is supposed to get rid of the poison gas. So we teleport back and we start running through that area to find the next roadblock remedy.
Yeah, it makes sense because we know, we all know that scorpions breathe poison gas, and that's why killing the scorpion would give us a way to stop the poison gas coming out of the tunnel. So.
I really want to make a scorpions reference. I just can't think of a good one.
You have Cyclone, which is kind of like hurricanes. Rock You Like a Hurricane is a Scorpion song, right?
It is.
It's a little before my time, but...
And as a Florida man, I appreciate that reference.
Yeah, I mean, this run is one big Florida man reference, you know. Florida man stabs at nothing for 4 hours.
Well, that's just because it's me that's running it, so...
That's fair.
I mean, if you want to pick up this game, then you could definitely be a reference to something cooler.
I used to live in Florida, so...
Congratulations on getting out.
Yeah. Anyway.
Nothing can stop me now, having such a good time. Holding this ball, nothing can stop me now. Anime Speedruns Fest, we have to make DBZA references, don't we?
Yeah, probably. I think it's somewhere in the contract that we didn't sign.
I mean, if I don't start singing Cat Loves Food, I'm pretty sure Glitched is going to wake up and start getting on to me by Chapter 3. So
I think technically Glitched is just asleep. I think Shrimp is the one that's behind the scenes at the moment.
Well, whoever it is behind the scenes, thank you for putting on this event and keeping us around. Y'all are some wonderful people.
Yeah, this is a pretty gamer community. I'm a big fan. There's if speedrunning anime games is something you're interested in, we have a Discord link. It shows up frequently in the little bottom left box on the stream. We're generally pretty welcoming to new people. I like teaching people how to run games that I've routed. So if this is a game, or some of the other SAO games, or maybe some like hack and slash like Warriors type games, Pirate Warriors, Fate Extella, if those are games you like, you know, join the Discord. Find me in there, be like, hey, I want to learn this game, and I'll just, you know, I'll teach you how to learn it. That's kind of my thing. So,
And I've been speedrunning stuff like Final Fantasy 13 and Ori and the Blind Forest for the last 10 years, so I make terrible life choices, but I'd love for you to hang out with me anyway. So we've essentially figured out that there's this guy standing around here that is doing some sort of incantation that is allegedly keeping the monster alive.
yeah, the Dark Immortal, yeah.
At the start. So I'm also going to do a mild detour while I'm here, because the speed potion quest I picked up when I went back to town last asks me to kill 4 monsters that just happen to be right here at the start of this level. So these jelly looking guys right here, I'll take that one.
Who disintegrate instantly, of course.
Just as they should. So
Yeah, they're weak to slash. So
I'm losing a small amount of time here because my speed potion dropped, but it'll be fine. We're almost at the point where it's going to send us back to town, so I can waste something on it. It's just not really worth it.
yeah, it's a pretty negligible amount of time when you consider that you have to go back to town anyway. So
Well, my buff can't extend past the time that I return to town, so...
correct, yeah. Yeah.
This will probably cost me a good 30 seconds, but in a 4-hour run, I'm not going to sweat it. So, we've managed to make it through the thing here. You know what would actually be really funny, since we're here? Go ahead and kill this thing and then just show off where the out of bounds skip is in the middle of this.
Yeah, I guess we could. It doesn't work.
I'm gonna try it. We got. Well, it's not gonna do any good here, but
Sure. I just mean
I'll just show.
the skip literally doesn't work in a run because of the way the game is programmed.
So what we would like to do is get past this thing and not have to fight it and deal with all the story stuff.
You will notice that it's
we
so
do
weak
have
he
to-
killed it with the base dagger. We're not even using two-handed sword.
I killed it purely with my teammates'
Yeah.
power and not mine. All right, so I think it's this one up. Yeah, it's this part up here. So if I can just manage to get inside this little area here,
Be careful
That
not
looks
to get
good.
stuck.
I'll be fine.
Okay.
And then I've
I
just
guess you
got
can
to
just log
push
out.
myself. I can. So and then once I get inside, I'm basically inside the wall here. And now if I do this right, come on.
I think you can get a
I just
third
got to
dash.
figure out a.
You should be able to get a third dash if you're willing to expend. Yeah, like that.
There we go.
But there's an invisible
Uh,
wall there before you clear out the event to make him unimmortal. So this doesn't work. Or there's an invisible
So,
wall back here, rather.
Yeah, so I can go ahead and hit this line, but with the Dark Immortal still alive, it'll tell me, hey, you haven't done the thing, and just keep me in the zone, so there's no point to it. But it is still fun to do that, tiny little jaunt around and show off the out of bounds. So.
Yeah, we almost saved 20 minutes, but the skip doesn't actually work. So, unfortunately.
It is, but hey, what are you going to do? So we're forced by way of plot to go back of town now we finally come here. We're going to go run to Market Square and check out Liz's blacksmith shop. And then we're going to go find out or go meet up again with Asuna and Premier and go fight something. So that's Lakeside Park. That's the wrong side. I keep doing that.
I remember it by the
Anyway.
red. I can never think of the name. Like not tapestry. The awning. That's what that is. Like over the little shop there. That's how I remember which way Market Street is.
This is what I get for losing a tooth last week and not spending all that time practicing. It's fine. So this is not going to be a world record run at this rate, but it is going to be a very respectable run, and there's plenty of room on that buffer. So
I mean, who knows? Maybe you could accidentally discover Crazy Out of Bounds in Chapter 5. Hint, hint. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. We want there to be a Chapter 5 skip, by the way. We really would like that. That would be great. It would save 24 minutes, I think.
So if I happen to accidentally get that skip, are you just going to donate the rest of the marathon goal for the weekend?
No, that's what the bounty is for. And the bounty is significantly, it's like 50. It's like $50.
I'm giving you a hard time, buddy.
Yeah. Specifically, I'll go over exactly in detail later, but there's a we can basically skip in theory half of the 5th chapter of the game.
Wrong warp into the dungeon section.
Not even wrong warp. Just in Out of Bounds, the same way Kobold skip works. Because it uses a lot of the same like level geometry elements as the Kobold Keep. So I think we could get out the same way and then skip all of the, you know how we have to go around and hit switches to lower barriers all over the place, and there's like 10 of them or something crazy. If we skip all of that and go right into the temple, that's like 20 plus minutes of time save. And assuming that the Genesis fight still works, we save 24 minutes. And that's what the bounty is for. But it has to be reproducible, of course. So
gotcha.
If it's reproducible and lets us finish the game, those are the criteria. And actually saves time. If it takes like 2 hours to set up, it's no good.
Not with that attitude.
No, it's okay. Let me know when you manage to get there with an hour on the clock.
You know what? I'll just figure out a way to dagger dash up to 88 miles an hour and then go back in time to 20 minutes into the run, and then I'll be okay.
Well, the unfortunate part there is that you will also be further back in the game as a result. So,
also fair. So, basically, what's happened here as far as the game goes is we've managed to run into a shrine. There are a total of like 6 of these things all throughout the game, and they're tied into Premiere and her plot, though. I could sit here and swing away with normal shots to invest some time into getting more skill points, but I feel like I'm fairly well set up for them for the moment, so I'm not super behind on skills, so we're just going to sit here and murder this thing. There we go. So, not my best representation, but you know, it's within a minute or two of how this usually goes. So, I mean, I can. What was the estimate that we put on this? Like 405. So 405 real time is a good 20 minutes buffer. So I can be 20 minutes behind record and still be within estimate for this run. So, and that is shrine number 2. So we have hit pretty much the halfway point of this part of the run. Oh, right. I have to run back to the inn for more cutscenes.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah. The game likes to occasionally transmogrify itself into a cutscene simulator and then back to a really good speed game.
Video game alchemy, don't ever change.
We thought early on about using IGT to time the game, because the game's IGT is fairly accurate. It doesn't count loads. I tested this pretty thoroughly. And it does not count cutscenes. The problem is there's no way to see IGT after beating the final boss until you load back into the game. Which is a little bit impractical, and LRT covers that anyway. And it's not like cutscenes are faster or slower on any platform because you just hold L1. So,
well, my in-game timer is 30 seconds off from my my load remove timer right now. So
that's weird.
It's actually 30 seconds faster. So, yeah, okay,
I can see that.
Because LRT right now is 104.28, and let me see what this is going to say when I swap it over.
It might be that it's actually... So, that's Weird.
103.52.
Yeah, we don't
So,
have
yeah,
the same hard drive. I wonder if it's literally just that. So maybe it's. I don't know. I only have
The-
2 PCs I can test this on. So
The game may also be doing something to where it's counting more than just when the now loading thing is visible on the screen, which is pretty much all the load remover's doing.
yeah, kind of, because the black screen loads are consistent across PCs. I've tested that. They're consistent on PS4 as well. It's just the now loading pop-ups, because that's where the how a load remover works generally is that it checks in memory. There's like a value that counts up during load screens. It's often up to 10,000, and then it'll reset to 0 after the load screen. I don't know why 10,000. It's just that a lot of developers use this number. And once that caps out, it sets back to 0. And whenever that number isn't 0, we just pause the game timer in Live Split. We have a little script that I wrote. And the game's memory says that whenever this icon is on screen, 1 frame after it pops up and 8 frames after it ends at 60 FPS is when it says the number for loading is not 0. So the black screens are actually just a buffer. They're not really loads in that respect. The game is not trying to load anything, essentially.
So, side note before I forget, if you follow the PS4 route, which goes through two-handed axes, the person that put together that route has 5 different times where they will stop and farm an axe out of a red chest. And every area in every zone has a red chest with a weapon of a certain type in it. So
I think. Oh no, sorry. Go ahead.
That zone, the map called Kark, has a level 29 skeleton in it that has a upgraded axe in it. And so far, we are still using the base minimum damage two-handed sword that we got for starting the game and doing the tutorial. So
I have a very spicy take, and it's that fighting that skeleton is probably easier than the Dark Crimson Unicorn that drops the first purple axe.
Well, the Dark Crimson Unicorn is level 26 and you're level 4. I think that route, because of killing not only that, but a second red chest thing in Chapter 1, is closer to like level 10 or 11.
They're 11 for Weiss, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm level 8 right now, so that's still a 21 level gap for me. It's a bit much.
I think if we just straight up used St. All's route and just took out 1 or 2 of the weapon drops, it would actually be faster. Like, just don't get the purple chest. It's not worth the 6 minutes of time that it loses to have to use Rapier on Lost Brain Golem and have to rely on crazy RNG, and then to have a perfect fight on Dark Crimson Unicorn. But if we were to just get a purple axe later on and just use the default axe up through there, I think we would get out of Chapter 1 a little bit slower than Two-Handed Sword. And I could see it happening that if we got a purple weapon in this chapter, because the Chapter 2 boss fight's kind of long, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like 4 or 5 minutes. And we could potentially save the time used. It depends, because I don't remember how early in Chapter 3 we get our purple sword.
It's pretty soon.
Yeah.
Like the second time you come back in, like the 4th area, so there's only 1 or 2 actual fights that you've got to do before you pick it up.
Yeah, we've got to test a lot of stuff. Most of the weapon routing in this game is based on math, but math that doesn't take into account every factor because it's not really possible. We're only taking into account things like animation, speed, and probability.
So let's be honest. The last run I did where I was purely on my own was in 2020. And then literally in February, you and Nylan said, hey, we really want to include this game, but yeah, unfortunately, everyone that is a current active runner either just had surgery or just had a car crash. So would you mind dusting off this game or would you have any interest in it? Because originally I'm thinking, oh, you guys want a couch, and you're like, oh God, please, would you mind being a runner?
Yeah.
So I spent all of February and March frantically dusting off this game and scrabbling together the route we've got so far, it's only 2 months worth of work. There's still so much more than we could put together here, given the right time and energy. So
I mean, I think
and more interested people. So if any of this looks like fun, join the Discord. Come play with us.
Yeah, this is honestly one of the most interesting action RPG speedruns in general that I think I've seen. And definitely one of the most interesting anime speedruns I've seen, as a big fan of action RPGs, hack and slashes, that type of game.
Why am I not moving?
I don't know. That's weird.
Yeah, that was strange. I don't know if maybe the fact that I'm streaming to Twitch and Discord is making my CPU go, hey, buddy. But
yeah, I'd be surprised. The game doesn't have that much CPU usage. It shouldn't be an issue. As far as I know, from what I remember, your PC is pretty good, so it should be all right.
It's supposed to be. So we've got a cutscene here where we've run into Premiere, although she's acting a little bit strange. And we've just decided to take a step out in the real world and go look at some nice, cool scenery for a bit. So I'm sure this will have nothing to do with the plot at any later point.
Of course not.
Or reveal anything we should have noticed earlier on.
No way that'll happen.
This is fine. Once we can do this, once we get back to town, the teleporter's going to be unlocked, so we're going to go straight to the grotto, which is the start of the second area, and this one is going to be unique because if I do it right, I'll be running around with my sword in hand, farming up the quest that gives us some speed potions. There we go. Alrighty, so back to World 2. Back to this blue teleporter here. And yeah, I'm going to go ahead and pop a speed potion and just try not to lose it all the way to the boss at the end. Let's see how that goes. And item menus also, because that's not on my map. There we go. So there are 6 different packs of 3 big lizards as we're going through here. And one of those 3 is going to be named... Well, this is too early. Once I get up to them, one of them is going to be named a broodmother.
Yeah, the fanged lizard broodmothers, yeah.
I also have to remember to take out my weapon first.
I agree.
That would help. So I'm basically trying to find and then take down all of the broodmothers here. And if I happen to clip any of the extra guys here, that's great. That's a smidge more experience. It doesn't really matter to me.
I think, yeah, between the little mini boss you have to do at the end of this and the broodmothers that you have to kill for the quest, you'll end up at level 9 anyway, so...
That makes sense. Also, it's really annoying to me because most of the times I play through here, for whatever reason, one or both of these packs don't load in when I first run there. So
yeah.
I'm getting lucky here this time, though. They're actually showing up. So
funny PC port memes. What are you gonna do?
For some reason, stuff just doesn't load in as quick as it really should. Also have to be a little careful here because if I'm going to do the throwing weapon movement tech, I'm going to be getting the attention of stuff.
Yep.
And some of the enemies here swing on sight. So.
Which is just goodbye speed potion buff, so
Correct.
We don't want that.
I mean, at that point, you're either wasting money that you would like to hold on to, or you're wasting time, because you wouldn't think it, but you do lose a pretty significant amount of time when you're not running around with your movement buffs on.
Yeah, for sure.
Alright, there's level 9. And the screen should actually pop up right here and tell us that we finished that quest.
Yep.
Perfect.
A challenging
So now
enemy
I can
that
go...
you killed all of in like 1 or 2 hits.
Killed of in not a challenge.
Yep.
And we held on to our speed potion. So
super gamer.
Now I just have to make it to the end and not get murdered by the level 22 demon that is guarding the boss's room.
And then the level 25 boss right after him.
Yeah, this is fun.
It's kind of weird. So we have a script that lets us look at enemy stats, but I don't remember like defense values for a lot of these guys. I do remember that the boss for this chapter is only level 25, and I say only because the last chapter's boss was level 21, so it's only gone up 4, even though all of the other enemies have gone up like 6 to 7 on average.
Oh shoot, I took a wrong path here.
Um,
I thought I was watching the map properly, and I was not.
so we don't know quite why it's like what's going on with the stats, because he takes way less damage than the first guy. Takes a lot longer to kill, like 3 to 4 minutes.
So the idea with that one is also that in number 1, or in boss number 1, you're just hitting the knees straight under it, and that's what gives it a knockdown status and lets you tear into him. In this case, this boss is going to have 2 arms that it swings weapons around with, and if you defeat those arms, it's going to get phantom versions of that arm that I'm then also going to have to take on and try to destroy. So they're a bit more offensive and way more in the way here as well.
And
so.
he's harder to knock down. You can't just break like legs and be like, oh, okay, we damage him now.
Woo. So I am trying to take this down, and I'm kind of just happy that there's another party in the way that seems to be keeping its attention. Because, yeah, that thing hits like a truck.
That guy, yeah, he's really dangerous. If he stuns you, or if he combos you and staggers you, he can kill you in 2 or 3 hits, just like in the kobolds in the first chapter.
Occasionally you will simply get to certain areas, and there will be other parties already exploring around there, and those parties do respond to your party commands. So
Cthulhu GOS says, "Break his legs, Rick." Heck yeah, we gotta break some thighs, snap some shins
everything
with
you
Rick.
say to me, one step closer to the edge.
Oh, I haven't heard that song in a while.
I'm sorry.
Long.
All right. Let's see here. I can't get to the next big buff, but I can go ahead and save my points and get a few other things. So I'll take the extra ability here, because you can probably get some nice cheap skill chains going. Yeah, it's possible that you can sit here and mess with the hands, but I usually don't. I just try to push my way through with regular old damage and see how this goes. So sometimes this fight's a little bit spicy, sometimes it's more free. We'll flip that coin.
I need to get oh, I have a save for that. I can just do it there. Sorry, just making a mental note to myself. So why two-handed swords just DPS wise? Okay, so the reason we use two-handed swords is because mathematically speaking, they are the most efficient in terms of the skills available to you, how fast they level up probabilistically. That's actually pretty much it. Yeah, and how infrequently we have to upgrade them with additional purple weapons, which would require more mini-boss fights. Two-handed axe is the only thing comparable in that regard, but two-handed axe attacks slower, so whenever we're not using sword skills, which is an okay amount of the time, our DPS is lower. The comparable, other potential choices that aren't like heavy weapons would be katana and scimitar. They're both very good weapons. Both of those have an attack that negates defense, which is very useful as you progress in the game, because the more underleveled you are, the more valuable that becomes. We thought about spear because it has some movement stuff, but unfortunately it's too hard to get a purple one, and it can't compete without a purple. That's also a challenge for scimitar, because both bosses we'd have to fight for that are very hard. But at least, like, it's technically doable fast if you're, like, really good. Just, I'm not. And most of the other weapons are just not good enough to keep up with those ones. But that's why two-handed swords, yeah. It is hypothetically possible that other weapons could be faster. We already know that for Chapter 1%, one-handed sword is probably the fastest, but nobody's run with that route yet.
Well, it's also the fastest if you get the right
If you get the right
buff on it
drops.
when you pick up.
But
the
there's
one.
no opportunity for that with any other weapon type for Chapter 1 specifically. Yes, dual swords are not something you are realistically going to unlock in a speedrun, period. It's not going to happen, and there's no NG+.
Yeah, so, what was I going to say? Dual wielding is a ability that you can pick up, and it's not super hard for you to pick up in the space of a casual playthrough. But yeah, it's just really not available to us here.
Especially because after Chapter 1, you need the one-handed sword skill tree to be pretty high to get dual wielding, and one-handed sword is actually really bad. With the exception of its starting skill, and it gets a speed buff skill that stacks with a speed potion, but it's so far into the tree, and its level up rate is very poor. Ink Wolf says, "Yo, Sharky, LFG."
Hey, brother. Enk is a friend from the Lightning Returns community and a fantastic human being, so it's really cool to see you over here. Thanks for hopping in, buddy.
Do you have
All the
do you have regen, Sharky?
all the homies. No.
Okay,
So I have try not to die right now.
gotcha.
Oh, look, I
Oh
died.
no, well, it's a good thing like most of the rest of the party's alive.
It is, and one of them will pick me up here fairly short order.
There you
The
go.
AI is pretty good at prioritizing picking you up when you're in the middle of being on the ground, so...
That's true.
And I really wish I did have a better strat for this, but it's just a give and take of not spending a whole lot of time doing farming beforehand is taking this on without a lot of extra strength.
Yeah, that fight's a bit troublesome. Pony Sparkle 69 says, "Are you winning, son?" I guess now, yeah.
We did the thing. We're a few minutes behind the best run that I could put together, but we're still on a decent pace. I mean, we're an hour and a half of real time in here, and we're through the first 2 chapters. So, load remove. That's a 119.
That's not bad.
So, we have effectively finished chapter 2, but there's a little bit more story to go through here before we can say that we're done with it. We need to run around with Premiere and get to the next shrine. So I've got 4 speed potions, and if I take the time and it lets me, I can turn in the quest that we did earlier and pick up 3 more for free. So
Cthulhu's asking if dagger damage is bad. Yes, it's pretty bad. Technically, so it's complicated. So the way skill damage works in this game is the game really likes when you have multi-hit skills, and there's a 12-hit skill. I think it's 12. It's really high on dagger that you can get pretty early.
Okay.
The problem is dagger starts off extremely weak and needs and has very low skill up rates because it attacks so quickly. Now, hypothetically, it could be, if you got incredibly lucky, as good as two-handed sword, and if you could get a purple dagger reasonably in Chapter 1, which would require you to kill a crab with very high defense, that it's not that hard to kill, but it takes a very long time, then you could actually have a dagger route, and that would be as good as or maybe better than the two-handed sword route. But
in essence, you have to do chapter 1 with almost no sword skills and with almost no skill, because until you get that multi-hit sword skill at 50 skill, you're in essence getting almost no skill the whole time.
Yeah, it's really miserable. So. Every weapon, their starting sword skill is only a 1-hit, except for two-handed sword and spear. Two-handed sword is a 2-hit and spear is a 4-hit.
There we go.
Yeah, it's really troublesome, unfortunately. There is a mod that we haven't released yet that uses Cheat Engine to adjust the way that weapons work in this game so that they give consistent amounts every time you hit. It's not random anymore. And Dagger's probably pretty good in that.
I've also done some theorizing that it might be interesting just to see if so you get through chapter 1 slower, you invest more time there, but then you get more time back later on, and you never have to take the time to
Yeah, you never switch weapons again.
consistently menu and switch weapons ever.
So you save all the time that you lose doing the slower movement tech to not menu, and you save all the time you lose menuing. You would need to get another purple dagger somewhere, but you know that's to be expected. We do that with two-handed sword anyway.
So you could pick up the first purple dagger, I believe, is in the very first area of chapter 2. So
After the
one's
crab,
actually
yeah.
Let me buy Jiminy Christmas.
The scorpions just want to
Those,
be your friend, dude.
Those scorpions were straight Gandalf there.
Yeah, they just wanted to hang out. It's fine. Yes, attack cancel movement. We call it dagger dashing. Basically so that gold flash at the end of the sequence there, that's a trigger to cancel into a dash or a free sword skill. We cancel into a dash because it's, it lets us move fast. And this is about 40% faster if timed correctly than running. And with the speed potion active, it's about 90% faster. There is an element of timing. If you were to just mash constantly, it would be a little bit slower than if you time it, because there's a 3-frame window at the end of the cancel where if you start your dagger dash again at the right timing, you move significantly further, and it's about 10% faster than if you don't. Reminds me of Guns the Duel. Is that the MMO with like all the crazy movement tech in it that was like all unintended and they just left it in because it was cool? I think that's what that is. I've never played it, but I've read the TV tropes page on it and stuff. Yeah.
If you choose not to use a turbo controller, which we do allow, dagger dashing does wear on your hands. When I was trying to grind through and work on this a couple months ago, I was able to get by doing, one run on a given day and like 2, maybe 3 days max during the week. So it's not like Metroid Dread levels of pain, but if you have hand problems, definitely take care of yourself, because no speedrun is worth, an early trip to the arthritis center of the doctor's office.
Yeah, for sure. Unfortunately, turbo is actually slower in this game. It doesn't give any advantages besides preserving your hand health. So, unfortunately, I mean, it will not get you up to par with perfectly timed dagger dashes, because mashing is slower and turbo is basically just mashing. But if it lets you play the game and you otherwise couldn't, we consider that a win, so we allow it.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a total of, I think, 6, maybe 7 runners
at this point, yes,
since this game was released, like total. So
yes,
anything that brings more people around makes me happy.
6 players so far, one of which is me, one of which is you.
Yeah, there's you and me, there's Dabum, there's St. All, there's
Foz and Sensei.
And Sensei was kind enough to do some Chapter 1 runs and really improved a lot between the first time and the last time they did a run.
Yeah.
Like, I think that first run they put together was half an hour slower than their best. So...
Did we? Yeah, we did. We did separate Switch and PC. I couldn't remember if we'd separated those, because it's like, well, we use LRT for PC now. We kind of have to. It would make too much sense.
I mean, we could do like the Final Fantasy 15 community does and put every console on one leaderboard. I don't recommend.
I mean, if there were
we
any...
could do it.
Yeah, no, we're not going to do that. That's a bad idea. We could do, like, if there were Vita runs, we would probably split that off, but nobody's run the game on Vita. I don't think I've ever seen a speedrun for a game on Vita that wasn't a Vita exclusive. I'm not sure why you would choose to run the game on Vita unless that's the only way you can, and that's probably a very small percentage of people, because it's a hard console to come by nowadays.
That's fair. Welcome to
Like,
start
you can
of
get
Chapter
this
3.
game on... Yeah. You can get this game on PC for like $10. It goes on sale all the time.
Yeah, it's not... It goes on sale at least a couple of times a year, so it's not... And when it goes on sale at this point, it's pretty heavily discounted too, so... They're mostly just trying to make money on Lycoris, which I think is the one that was it Sensei that ran the start of Lycoris
Yeah,
earlier in
no
this event?
Sensei. Yeah, Sensei's
no,
run a
that was
lot
a
of the SAO games.
That's really impressive. I mean, I own a lot of these games, but this is the only one I ever actually invested the time to speedrun into. So.
Yeah, I've only run 3. I've done chapter 1 of this, chapter 1 of Licorice, and I've done full game Fatal Bullet runs.
Nice.
I had record in this until people actually played it and got good at it, but that was preload remover. That's my excuse.
You're welcome, and I'm sorry.
So we tried for a really long time to find an out of bounds clip in this room, because there's a large sequence of, similar to chapter 5 later on, we have to kill like 5 mini bosses to progress to unlock a teleporter. It's not like a transition zone like these blue dotted lines. It's a teleporter that we stand on.
The unfortunate part about all this is, I want to say that the only way to break into the final dungeon is through teleporter. So.
Yeah, it would have to be like some kind of wrong warp, and as far as we know, there's no menu storage in this game, or anything similar to that. We've tried things like clicking on map spots with both like a controller and mouse at the same time, because I know that works in, for example, the SpongeBob game, Battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated, the remake. And a couple other games where stuff like that works. But it does not work in this game, so we can't do that. We haven't found a wrong warp yet, and I don't know if there will be one. And that would be the only way to skip the first half of Chapter 3 and or to the final dungeon in some way. Because if there is a transition zone here, it's either too high to ever reach or too low to ever reach. Because we've been under the map with hacking. Excuse me. And we haven't found anything.
So I picked up an extra ability that becomes available at about this point called Brave Soul, I'm pretty sure it's called. The point of Brave Soul is it's supposed to be like this cool last stand type ability, and it'll buff your SP regen and your strength, and also give you an extra 25% of your max HP, and that buff lasts for I think like a minute or so. So that is the primary attack buff that's unique to two-handed swords. There are other abilities that you can pick up with other weapons that are also pretty helpful, but that's the one that I end up using for most of this run. So alright, we knocked the tail down for this one. Let's just punch this thing. What's the phrase from Abridged? Group up and hit it till it dies?
Yeah. So every dragon in this game pretty much works the same way. They just have a breakable head and a tail. And breaking either of those will knock them down if they're flying, and or knock them to the ground, so you can just get lots of crits, which is the gold damage of theirs.
The breakable heads and tails are also very useful for farming extra experience points, because you don't have to go out of your way to kill any extra enemies. They just pop up on top of you right there.
Yeah, they just give you experience every time you break them, because they are counted as like a mini enemy for some reason.
So, the other blue chest that I like to pick up for item-based reasons is here. I don't necessarily need more speed potions, but it's still pretty useful to hold on to here. And that's in the next zone. So, right next to the story thing that I need to fight is going to be a blue chest, and I'm going to clear that out and either get a belt that buffs my health or get more speed potions to run around with. So that was what came out of the efforts that also found those speed potions at the start of chapter 1. And these things are just really annoying to try to get past. So it's probably not going to happen, but ideally I'll get through this fight and the stuff around this treasure chest, and my speed potion will hold out until I get to the next zone, and the next zone is where I'm forced to work back to town. So let's just see how this goes.
No, you got him. Cool. It looks like you still
Hey.
technically have the buff, but it's only gonna last like.
It's even if I can get through here, it's probably not going to last through this fight.
It looks like it has like 10 seconds of duration, maybe. Oh no, it's more than that.
It's also never quite obvious to me exactly which of these 5 or 6 enemies are the ones I need to kill.
Yeah.
So, alright, there's the last one. Survey says more speed potions. So that's fine. And miraculously, I still didn't get hit through all that.
Yeah.
So
Gaming.
I'll take it. It'll save a few seconds. It's not a big deal, but every little bit counts.
Which of these SAO games is considered the best for casual? It depends on what kind of game you like. If you like action RPGs, I would probably say Alicization Licorice, especially if you like story. Fatal Bullet is different. Fatal Bullet is a looter shooter. If that's more your wheelhouse, then that's the only SAO game that's like that. So I have to recommend that one on principle. That's the one I have the most time in. I think I have about 400 hours across all platforms. A surprisingly small percentage of that is speedrunning. I just played the game a lot when it was still being updated and such. I think it's a reasonably well-made game. I would absolutely recommend getting it on PC if you can, though, because being able to aim with a mouse in a game like that and have 60 FPS instead of 30 is fantastic. The loads are also much shorter. The loads on console are... let me put it this way. In the speedrun for that game, the loads on console, on like PS4 or Xbox One, are half of the run. On PC, they're less than 10%. On PS5, it's less painful, but... if you don't like loading screens, I would get the game on PC if possible. Alicization also has a lot of loads, but that's true on every platform, and it's more of a standard like action RPG hack and slash with a story focus. This one is comparable to Alicization with more complex, I guess, character building and movement and less complex combat. Those are the 3 that I would generally recommend looking at. I would watch gameplay videos, though, to get an idea. Because the way that we speedrun the game isn't necessarily representative of what casual play is going to look like. We've optimized this game a decent amount. It's not, like, fully optimized yet, but we're not even moving with running anymore. We're moving with a movement technique called dagger dashing that's, like, 40% faster than running. It's pretty easy to do. But if this isn't something you would want to do the whole time you're playing the game, your enjoyment will probably... it might decrease because the areas are very big. For the amount of movement speed that you typically have. Unless you just want to be buying a lot of speed potions. It feels like the game kind of expects you to buy speed potions.
Sorry, I thought I was saving time there, and it turns out I walked away before I needed to skip the text.
Yeah, that's fine. You're all good. I was just explaining the differences between the games casually and what I would recommend. Because someone had asked in the chat.
No, that's a good question. I mean, you can speedrun anything that you enjoy and makes you happy, but if you're looking for specific types of games... it's going to be a balance of either Hollow Realization, Alicization like Chorus, or Fatal Bullet. So there are folks that do earlier games like Hollow Fragment that we saw earlier. They're kind of few and far between.
I also probably want to bring up. I know nothing about Lost Song or Excel Sword, so I can't really comment on those. I do know that Excel
They are,
Sword
in
crashes a
fact,
lot on
games.
PC, and Lost Song doesn't work with controllers very well on most PCs. So if you like, though, if you decide you are interested in those, I would look at console over PC. But I don't like Lost Song very much.
I can definitely confirm for you that those are both video games.
They are definitely video games. And if they worked on PC, I would probably have routed them right by right now. But I can't. I can't play using keyboard, and actually, I can't really use a standard controller anymore either. So, I guess that's out. I'd have to play on like box or like stick plus mouse, and it doesn't like my fight stick.
No worries, buddy. So.
Well, that's only because nobody's expecting me to route the game, and even if they were, I probably wouldn't. I don't take requests on routing. I take requests on teaching, but not routing.
Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition either, so.
That's technically true. I don't know how it's related, but it is technically true, so I won't argue with it.
It's all about expectations, my friend. So, at this point, we've gone through a whole bunch of plot. We were initially in Chapter 2 introduced to the primary antagonist of this game, which is the spiky-haired two-handed sword user we just saw. His name is Genesis. And I used to name that split Worst Terminator because that's also the name of a Terminator movie, and it's pretty awful.
That's true.
So I would normally use a speed potion here. However, there is finally going to be the fight that we use to upgrade our primary weapon. And then secondarily, there's going to be a story fight right here as well to go through. So,
yeah. The Hollow Fragment speedrun is... NG Plus is fairly casual friendly. I would agree with that from what I've seen. I've only seen it once. I saw that was earlier today. Fatal Bullet NG Plus is also pretty casual friendly on easy if you just want to finish a run. But to get a good time would be really hard because there's a couple of really good players. And by really good, I mean I'm third place and I'm 4 minutes behind the second and third and first place times. They're quite good times. Because the movement in that game is extremely fast and difficult to control purely because of the environments that you're placed in. Bonking on walls and things loses like all your speed, so it's pretty hard to play that game quickly. In a different way than it's hard to play this one. This one has more routing and moment-to-moment decision making, but it does not have particularly difficult movement. Whereas that game has very little routing and decision-making, but the movement is very precise. You have to be very careful with it. I will say, one thing Lost Song has going for it is that in one of the CGs, you get Glasses Catgirl Xenon, which is the most powerful possible Xenon. So if you like Xenon, you can look up the pictures and not buy the game.
You can do both, technically. But, whatever
Yeah.
makes you happy. So, it's not the best copy as far as random stats go, but we do actually have an upgraded weapon now for our two-handed sword. So, that at least is going to help. Our base damage has gone from like 10 to 110 on this thing. So,
Yeah, it's pretty beefy. How many stars was the roll?
1.
Okay. That kind of doesn't matter. The way stars work in this game is weird. They refer to ranges. But the higher stars mean a much higher maximum range of rolls, but a barely higher minimum range. You can have a 4-star that's basically the same as a 1-star, and you can roll a 1-star that's better than some 4-stars. It's not the most indicative thing. Cthulhu is
3-star.
slandering me in the chat.
I'm sure you probably earned it, but, we're all friends here.
And
so.
for any mods watching, I'm joking. Cthulhu is not actually slandering me. Cthulhu is fine. But I am not the biggest Xenon simp. I am actually a fairly average-sized person, believe it or not. I do own 12 figures of Xenon and a Xenon jacket, though. So there is that.
Look, I will respect and fight for your right to pick whoever your favorite character is, and I will take that to the grave. However, I will also say that I fully respect your right to be wrong in this specific case.
That sounds like fighting words. And
Well, I mean,
unfortunately,
it's
my primary means of fighting back has to wait for my wrists to recover. So,
I mean, what I will say is that it's good for you to have such an affinity for second best girl.
wow. Okay. Okay. We're not going to start the waifu wars on stream right now.
Of course not.
To be fair, I did kind of give myself that reputation by announcing the fact that I own 12 Xenon figures at numerous opportunities in order to indicate that as much as I complain about Sword Art Online as a show, I don't actually hate it.
No, how could anybody hate it? It's a fantastic show.
It's neat. But yeah.
In the words of Giguk, this is the greatest game ever.
It theoretically would be if it existed. Yes, okay, it got brought up though. It was relevant.
Also, may I introduce you to Stacia, the goddess of creation?
Yes. I actually have the Xenon equivalent, the Solus one.
Nice.
It's one of the 12.
Look, it's okay. You appreciate the sun. Some people appreciate the earth. I appreciate everything. And I'm okay with that.
Alucard says Sharky would never start the waifu wars. He only finishes them. Based.
Alucard is a wonderful friend. It's good to see you here, buddy. So we have managed to progress through most of the start of, or the first half of Chapter 3 here. This teleporter, once we get to it, is supposed to take us into the dungeon proper. Come on, use the potion. Thank you.
Cthulhu, you're wrong. Asuna is not even close to worst. She is probably, like, as far as actual writing goes, she's the best written character in the whole show. She's got, like, the best arc and the most characterization.
So what I will say is that every new arc tends to have Protag-kun as the second focus character, and really whether it's Lifa in Alfheim, whether it's Xenon in GGO, whether it's Yuki in Rosaria, you know, that character that's been introduced is really the primary focus of that particular arc. So
Yeah.
I also think it's noteworthy to show a relationship where your protagonist is not the best fighter or not the best person, and I will stick to Asuna actually being a better in-game character than Kirito was back in the day.
I mean, I would rather the story have been about her. She's much more interesting, I think, than Kirito ever was. Kirito's just kind of a self-insert, which for some people, maybe that's what they're after, but that's not really what I go for when I read stuff.
I just appreciate that,
Sorry,
you know...
Go ahead. Finish your thing.
I just
I'll read more
appreciate...
chat.
I was just going to say that I appreciate that the story, while it is a light novel series about video games and VR and stuff like that, it's all basically a love story wrapped around what happened where in the near future Tron became real.
Pretty much, yeah. Mike112 says, I hate SAO because I can't tell the songs apart in anime music quizzes because they're all by the same singers. I mean...
There's two singers,
Yeah.
or really three of them, that do the OPs and EPs, but really they're all bangers.
I think Crossing Field is one of my... It's probably in my top 5 anime openings of all time, along with Bleach's second opening, D Techno Life by Uberworld. Oh, sorry about the timer there. I'm icing my elbows from my various arm and hand injuries.
No sweat, fam.
But yeah, I really like Crossing Field a lot. I think it's a lot better than the subsequent openings. I think I really don't like Ignite very much. I think that's what it is. The Gun Gale one, is that what it's called? Ignite, something like that.
Yeah, Ignite is the one.
I have literally made a better version of that opening on my own by editing the footage together with the Hawthorne Heights song. It's actually pretty entertaining. It's synced up better with the music than the actual opening.
I will also say that part of the problem I have is that not only in most cases are the actual songs better, but Lee and Lee's covers of them in English are also certified bangers. So Sometimes I get those confused in my head.
Oh, I'm one of those people that doesn't like the English versions of like anything like that personally, but I'm glad they exist for the people who do like them.
Art, I respect your right to be wrong, and I still consider you a friend, so it's okay.
Which ending credits song in Bleach? There's a lot of them, I'm pretty sure. I only saw about the first 70 episodes of Bleach, but we went through, I think, 3 openings in that time, so probably more than one ending.
The other thing I want to call out real quick, just as far as the actual game is going for the moment, is I'm about to end up finding a thing which is going to suddenly become a mini-boss here, and it's a jellyfish-type monster. Those monsters are unique in the sense that when you get hit by their frontal AoEs, you get frozen in place. Like, not just paralyzed, but literally frozen. So they also have almost no hit points, so I'm going to send all my friends straight in so they eat the paralyzing hit, and then I'm going to run around to the back and beat it senseless. Come on. I've also been taking to using some of those skill connects. You might notice, you know, take the red sword skill into the blue one, into the AoE, and just pick up some extra damage that way. So.
If the song is my pace and that's ending 6th, then I haven't heard it. I've only seen up through I think the Bount arc. I read most of the rest, but I haven't watched it. I'm more of a reader than a watcher, just because like I read really fast and I don't want to spend a bunch of time. I'm more of a recreation kind of person. Like I like writing. I like designing games, stuff like that. I don't have a lot of hobbies outside of speedrunning that don't involve like creating stuff. So it's not my. Is it really? Well, I guess I am just bad because I don't remember. Oh, it's probably just because I skip ending themes, if I'm honest, which is maybe a separate issue. Because I would probably remember it. I have sort of almost savant-like memory for music. Always have, so I would probably remember it if I'd heard it. But it's probably pretty likely that I haven't.
Side note, right over here we're getting a form of a quest which is not completely unique, but mostly unique to what we've seen so far. It actually wants me to make it to a certain area in the zone without being seen by specific enemies. So rather than being asked to fight things, I'm essentially being asked to stealth past them. And it's not completely bad if you mess them up. Yes, it wastes some time, but I mean, it's not the end of the world, but it's a little bit of free money here by making it all the way through this section, hugging the wall at full speed and not getting noticed by the plant monsters.
Cthulhu, I actually don't know if they're easier in this than in Hollow Fragment because I haven't played enough of it to know.
What's the question?
If skill connects are easier in this game than in Hollow Fragment.
They're not really that bad, to be honest, in this game, because all I have to do is get the skill palette in the right spot, and then watch for the blue flash and hit the button right as that happens.
I might be mixing up which arc the Bount arc is. Let me check the anime episode listings.
So, in essence, what's happening right now with the game is we are trying to figure out a way to work ourselves into the center dungeon. We found a path through with some of these teleporters, but it led to a blocked road. Our antagonist taunted us because, he's a bit of a jackwagon, and we are trying to now work our way through the rest of the world here and see if we can chart another course through. Also, it's really annoying that floating eyeball looking enemy afflicts paralysis, and that is making just random swings in my dagger dash make me stop and freeze up for a moment. So It is what it is. It wears off, but it wastes time. So, a couple of these zones you have to warp back to 2 or 3 times. The others you don't. So sometimes I'll grab teleport points and sometimes I won't here. But we just have to keep doing a string of mini bosses that unlocks the next teleporter, that unlocks the next spot, that unlocks the next spot. And eventually we get to a nice happy place here. This guy is also a minor jerk just because not only will he sometimes hit you like he just did and wasted another potion of mine, he also likes to sometimes just get stuck in the ground, and there's nothing I can really do about that.
Yeah, I've seen that happen a couple times. Yeah, so as far as the Bleach endings, I don't think I ever watched any of them. That's what I would have to guess. Because I remember a lot of the openings, but I really can't recall really any of the endings. I've never been one to watch ending themes in anime. Generally, it's not... They're usually slower paced, less, I guess, hype. And that's not the kind of music I usually go for. I don't really go for music with that mood, at least from what recollection I have of it. It's been more than 10 years, though, since I watched Bleach, so maybe that's a factor as well.
This part is not too terrible to go through, but there are so many little spots where you can get hit and tagged that this section, before I get to come back to town, can get by in 1 speed potion, but it can also take up to 4 of them. So you kind of just have to keep burning through them and then see at the end of the day how much money you've got left to spend for more, if it gets more frustrating. The other thing I'm going to do, even though it's probably not a big help, I haven't really gotten anything as far as... This is an extremely minor safety, but I think if I can do it right, I can unlock one of these treasure chests here and pick up an accessory that I missed earlier. What did I get? Nope, just a hit potion. I don't even know what those do.
Yeah, I assume... Because there's no accuracy stat insofar as, like, you can't swing at something and your attack just misses, like... mathematically, like, the game doesn't do like an accuracy calculation. If your attack connects with the target's hurt box, you hit them. That's it. So I assume it has something to do with crit rate.
Maybe. I truly don't know.
I believe it does. I can't imagine what else it would even be. Like, what other stat in the game that would be. It's been a while since I've looked at the potion list. I haven't played this game in 8 months, I think. So,
I mean, if you know a resource that actually has an honest answer to that, then I'm interested, but otherwise, it's just a tiny amount of experience for no other good reason. So.
Oh, 7 months, my bad. My last run was on September 14th. But yeah, there probably is one, but I don't know where it is right now. I know there's like a million spreadsheets that that just exist made by people who just play the game casually. There's a pretty reasonably comprehensive resource, but also unfortunately a lot of it is wrong because we double checked it and it wasn't accurate. For example, the lists of which enemies drop which purple weapons and where those enemies are located was not correct in a lot of cases. There were mix-ups all over it. So at some point we should probably either inform them or make our own. But right now, we just go for the ones that we know drop the weapons that we need.
So, at this point, the game is asking us to find Premiere and catch up with her. I'm also starting to run a bit low on speed potions, so it's time to sell all of our extra stuff that's laying around and pick up a few. Which is, unfortunately, mildly time-consuming, because it's been 2 chapters since I did this. Just funny how that works. So let's go ahead and max these out real quick. There we go. And then Lakeside Park is where it said that Premiere is. So I'm swapping Premiere out to do the next piece of the next piece of the story that it wants me to do, and then separately, in order to avoid running into slowdowns trying to add her in and do that, I'm just going to replace Klein with her outright. So she's a decent damage dealer. I never really felt like this was a big time loss or a big loss to swap her out, even though she's not one of the quote-unquote ideal damage dealers.
Yeah, Nylin and I have talked about this. We're not sure exactly. And we're not even so much concerned with not having Klein in the party as the fact that party members scale up higher if they're not in your party when you clear a chapter. So if you can fight chapter bosses without Premier, she'll be stronger for the places where you have to have her, in theory.
Okay.
Which could potentially be beneficial, but we don't know how much difference that actually makes and whether it's worth going back to town to swap her out. With load remove time on PC, it might very well be, but that's like 14 to 20 more seconds on console, so it probably might not be there. We have to test it more. There's a lot that we just don't know that has to be tested, and I have no ability to play the game, and Nyla's been busy moving, so it's just been a bit difficult to get some of that stuff knocked out. Party members are one of the potential optimizations we have, in addition to skips and some more blue chest routing. Particularly blue chests that would increase our damage by augmenting our strength and vitality, I think, is what most of our skills scale off of.
Yeah, specifically for me, there's a couple of points with just the existing equipment where if it happens to roll a high strength number, it's almost worth the loss of movement speed it also gives you. Like I've seen the chest piece you get at the chapter 3 boss as much as almost double the strength that I've got for a raw strength stat.
Yeah, it's insane how much some of these stat boosts can accomplish. So every sword skill has in its description the stats that it scales off of. It's usually like between 50 and like 200% depending on what it is. Total. And so any increase to our stats that's meaningful is going to drastically increase our damage output. All of the stats also do other things. Excuse me. Like vitality increases our health. So that's also good to have as like a defensive buffer. It's convenient that two-handed sword really likes strength and vitality, because vitality is a stat that we want anyway just to make the run safer in the later parts especially.
Well, vitality gives you extra health by itself, and
yeah,
the health pool we've got at the low levels we are is not that significant. So, okay, so we did the thing. We found another shroud or another shrine. I could have killed that thing guarding it a little bit faster, but I went ahead and just did normal attacks to invest a little bit in more skill points, because in order to get the maximum that we need and the best abilities, we've got to get our two-handed sword up to 350. So it's sitting at about 320, and it's only going to go up in chunks of 0.1 at this point, so it's worth it just to generally take a few extra swings, especially in a marathon setting like this. So at this point, we have gone through, we found another shrine, we've made more progress in that quest, but we're still trying to figure out how to break into this third dungeon and make it to the boss monster here. So in the process of doing that, I'm going to run around. I'm going to just briefly tag this next zone for its teleporter, because otherwise it's, more movement to double back. And then we're going to go fight a story mini-boss in the zone south of here. And we're almost done with unlocking teleporters to make it to places we're trying to go to. So I just said I wasn't going to go deep into here, so don't go deep in. There we go. And then...
Sorry,
go ahead. I was going to say, I think this is the last mini-boss that we have to do to unlock all these teleporters, and then it's back to just regular old progress.
So this game is interesting among RPGs. Maybe not all action RPGs, but there's a lot of RPGs where the game actually gets easier as you go because you amass more equipment and skills and things of that nature. This game, especially as a speedrun, it ramps up very quickly the more you progress, even as you get more abilities, because of how much more fragile you become. The final boss can actually kill you in one hit, no matter what, with the current route, depending on the attacks that it chooses to use, and it's a 6 or 7 minute long fight. So it is.
Now,
It's gonna get.
that is one advantage that taking the axe route over the sword gets, because while it is a few minutes in order to farm up that last axe that is used in that run, it also tends to have a massive health buff on the scale of like plus 8,000 HP.
Yeah, it does prevent you from getting one-shotted by the boss. And in St. Ul's route in particular, he's higher level than we are in the current route. Yeah, I think he's 27 at the final boss. We're about 5 levels lower, so we're missing the stat points and health there as well.
And part of that stat points, and part of it is he has to go through a few more mandatory fights because he doesn't have a desert area skip like we do.
Yeah.
So if you were on the axe route, you would be now going south to pick up the red chest that is here for your 4th red chest weapon out of the 5 that route picks up.
4th?
And it's...
3rd?
Yes.
Not 3rd?
4th. I'm pretty sure there's 2 axes in Chapter 1.
I don't think so.
Because he goes up north to in the zone before going down and farming up all the kobolds.
Is that for an axe?
I want to say it is. Yosh.
I don't actually remember. It's been so long since I've watched his run.
Sweet magical science.
Let's see. Restoria Plains red chests. Oh yeah, the Grand Breaker. I guess there are 2 there. Weird. Why does he get 2? Wouldn't it be faster to just wait on and get the Grand Breaker?
I think part of it is also quests for their money route.
It's actually because of the rapier level ups that he wants to get. I don't think that's worth it personally. It'd save 5 minutes not to do all that. You just switch to two-handed axe immediately on Lost Brain Golem. You would kill it faster, and you'd get a ton of skill points.
The first time I managed to break their record on PC, I was comparing the 2 routes and what we do. And at one point it's like, hey, I'm 10 minutes up in the first chapter. And then it's like, oh, look, it's chapter 4. He just made up 2 minutes, even though I skipped 10 on him. So yeah, basically that route just it invests so much extra that it, becomes hyper overpowered by the end.
I don't actually think that the route is necessarily faster. I think St. Ul just grinded the game like crazy, which to get a run that lucky, you would have to.
True.
Because I don't remember the exact probability. Nylan and I mathed out how likely he was to get that good of rapier level up RNG that early, which he would need to get certain rapier skills that apply to other weapons. And it was like well under 1%. So we're under the assumption that he just did a lot of grinding and got like insanely good at the execution, to the point where like all of his movement lines were basically perfect, like perfect dagger dashes everywhere. That's our theory, is that he just has like really good execution, but not perfect route. But even with the route, like even if we assumed that his route was in a macro sense the best one, it would still be faster probably to skip certain axe pickups. Just getting the axe every time is not going to be faster. There's certain menus that could be made faster. He also is on PS4, so he doesn't have the option of doing menus with
mouse.
Yeah, with mouse as well as controller. So that slows those
I'm
down
sure if you
a little bit,
really wanted to, you could probably put a USB mouse into into a PS4. I don't know.
It doesn't work. I've tried. Not for this game. The game doesn't support it, so it doesn't actually help, unfortunately. Yeah, you can plug a keyboard straight into a PS4 and it just works, but only on the system UI. The game has to support it for it to work in the game.
So there's a brief interlude here as we've almost made it to the end of the John here. So the small difference though is that now that we've finally made it to where the boss is, the game wants us to go back to town and tell everybody, "Hey, cool, we found the boss," which is helpful from a raid perspective and also kind of kicks dirt at the antagonist. So, because he was razzing on us for not being able to do the thing. So. At this point, I've gone back to town, so there's not really even a reason to, I don't think, do a reset here. It's just warp straight on back to this fight and then take on the third boss, Samum, Servant of Faith. So the first two have been golem types, for lack of a better term. This one instead is going to be a, what's the right way to say this? It's a horse.
Yeah, it's a big horse. Yeah.
So it has legs that you can break in order to debilitate, but it really only knocks down the second time you do it. And unfortunately, it also drops these pillars on the ground as it goes through. If you don't beat them in time, they do an AoE silence effect. And when your character is silent, you literally cannot give team commands. So... Oh, and I forgot to split here, so I'm just going to skip it there. So we're still running a fair bit behind PB, but we're in sync for what we wanted to pull off for this. Oh,
Wait,
like I got sent.
how did that happen? How did you end up way back there?
I got knocked back by the boss.
Really? Oh, yeah, okay, you have some damage, I see. I was like, I didn't know that there was a mechanic that would just teleport you. That might be useful. But if it's getting hit, then yeah. I wonder if there's...
Yeah, that's not the kind of hit that I would particularly like to push forward.
Understandable. I do wonder if there's excuse me. Sorry, it's like 2 in the morning here.
Yeah, it's 2 in the morning here too.
Yep. If there's any precedent for getting knocked through certain walls as a form of OOB that we couldn't get through otherwise, I doubt it, but because I don't think most enemies in the game can knock you back as hard as bosses. So I would be surprised if that worked.
And just with the way chapters work, you know, bosses knocking you into other places is not in any way actually useful.
Yeah, because this is the last relevant room of the chapter. The boss is always in the last relevant room of the chapter. They're all structured the same way in that respect.
Okay, so the legs have popped back up, and now it's on the ground, and I can use my best abilities to... let's do the damage and do the thing.
Big chunks of damage, yeah.
Don't forget to use your friends as well, because, you know, 15 swords is technically better than 1.
Yeah, even though your sword is like probably 3 or 4 by itself, frankly. I mean, look at it. It's like a two-handed sword. It's a Zweihander, so...
Pretty much. So... It got up as it was defeated, so that was kind of interesting.
That was a solid boss 3.
It was, and I finally got the last attack bonus on one. So that's a belt that is usually, I think that's a nice chunk of health and maybe some strength. So that's useful. So. We've now made it to the end of Chapter 3, so Chapter 4 is a bit shorter because we've got a massive skip in the middle of it, so that'll be fun to show off here shortly. What the? Thank you. For some reason, my controller just sometimes does not want to keep focus.
Yeah, I don't know.
I should probably take some time to spend some skill points while I'm running around here too.
Yeah, perhaps. I don't remember what you get from here on, so...
It's only weapon skills all the way up until my ultimate, and then I don't think anything else truly matters. Because it's just way too many points to get around to something like Last Rites for extra knockdown damage.
I have a theory as to how that could be done, but we don't have to talk about it during the run, because it's too late now.
Yeah, my expectation is that's another 20 skill points, and I just don't have the room to get to that.
I don't think it's another 20 skill points.
Not with that attitude.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so I need another 20 skill and another 3 skill points in order to be able to take in my ultimate at 350. So that'll probably be jumping in sometime before the Chapter 4 boss, I hope.
On average, definitely.
So
It could go wrong, but it usually doesn't. So
we can hope. So 226 in real time at this point, 202 in load remove time. So roughly about 10 minutes behind PB, but that's not bad. That's still on pace for a 347, 350 run right now, and that's well within estimate.
yeah.
So okay, so welcome to the desert. This zone is basically going to be a lot of running around through some caves and through some hot areas. And we really just want to get to the area surrounding the final boss as quickly as we can. So we've got another shrine to go through, we've got some plot to go through, and some pretty major plot developments happen here. Including some reveals about the primary antagonist.
Do we skip those or not? I don't remember what the skip here skips. This is the first major skip in the current route, the current like implemented route, is in this chapter. It skips what, like 10 minutes, 8 to 10 minutes of gameplay.
At least 8.
So we can skip directly into the final segment of the chapter from about 2/3 in. And not have to fight any of the mini bosses in that section either.
We're gonna unfortunately not be able to skip past a cutscene that includes Genesis and Premiere, so it's a bit of a story spoiler, but at this point you're here for the party, so thanks for hanging on in. There is a small but relatively annoying piece here. It's the one fight before I go back into town, so I'm just going to go ahead and spend all the things on it now. You run into a big whirlpool that's full of ticks, and you can only get the whirlpool to stop by beating all the ticks. So,
that's how ticks work.
It is. Not only do they easily hit you and knock off your speed potion before it's going to be gone in 30 seconds, but they like to apply a movement debuff as well, so you're going to move slow as Christmas if you get hit after this. So that's why, even though it seems a little bit overkill for the damage that they do and what they actually are, I prefer to go ahead and just blow all my cooldowns here. There's the last one. So if they group up right, you can get them in 2 AoE swings, or that took 5, so either way.
You may notice these things are already in the 30s. Those things are level 35.
We are not.
So they're fragile because tick enemies have very low base health. Most of the non-scorpion bug enemies in this game have pretty low base health. But we're only level 16, so we're...
Yeah, by the time we get to the end of this chapter, we're going to be fighting stuff that's in the 38 to 40 range, so we're just severely underleveled, and unfortunately that
persists and gets worse.
It's going to get worse once we skip and break into the chapter 4 dungeon.
When do you get the armor in this chapter? The final armor that we get in the run?
The gray armor? So
yeah, the gray one.
So the gray one, the chest piece you get from Chapter 3's boss, and the other one you get from Chapter 4. So I need to double check that, but I'm not 100% sure if mainlining the Chapter 3 armor full-time is best, just because it usually comes with a 15 or 20% movement debuff.
I think it's probably still worth it damage-wise on the fights.
It may, well...
Once you get to the Chapter 4 boss, at the very least, is when you would probably want to switch. There's only like one major fight before that, right? 1 or 2?
The skeleton and the demon.
Yeah, so after, like, maybe use this armor for those, and then switch for the boss, because the boss has a decent amount of health, and it's 2 bosses, so you want to, like, do that as fast as you
Ooh,
can.
that's spicy too. That's 17 strength on that. So, not the maximum strength I've ever seen, but that is really strong for that armor.
Did you?
So.
I didn't see. Did you? What was the stats on the belt?
Oh, I forgot to equip the belt. Thank you for reminding me.
Cool. I'm glad I could be of assistance.
You're the best, buddy.
Yes, I am.
There's one thing I appreciate about you most. It's definitely your modesty.
Yeah, I am the awesomest and humblest person to ever live.
What were those stats again? That belt actually turned out to be a whole lot of nothing.
Oh well, we tried.
5 vit and 17 SP.
5 vitality could maybe give you 1 hit. It could maybe
it's
somewhere.
It's a few hundred more health.
I don't know.
I'm not going to complain.
I don't know.
It's also apparently a 5% movement debuff, so that's going to be interesting too. Some, not all of them, but a few of the accessories have weight, which is meant to counteract its usefulness, because if you thought it was slow to run around before, wait until your stuff is weighing you down and you're moving it almost reduced by half speed.
And it's really kind of sorry, one sec.
Okay.
It's kind of an obnoxious mechanic because it really only affects the speedrun. It's not like if you're playing casually that it's hard to just swap out your equipment to something that's less defensive but gives you more mobility before a fight, and then swap to the more defensive thing when you enter the fight, and when your movement speed basically doesn't matter because it doesn't affect things like your sidestep distance really.
Not at all.
So I don't know why they thought that was a good idea, but you know, they didn't make very many bad decisions in this game overall. I think they mostly did a pretty good job. So it's, you know, it's unfortunate that that's there, but I guess it's not, you know, the worst thing in the world. It's just weird that they thought that would dissuade people. It's like, well, we can game your system very easily, you know, Mr. and or Mrs. Developer, etc.
So what I will say is, while they didn't always make perfect decisions, you can make the perfect
You
decision
can.
by deciding to either play this game or donate to the charity.
True.
Um,
True.
Draw Change seems like a very lovely cause to be supporting, and I'm really honored to be here trying to help and be a part of that. So, what we're doing right now is basically trying to, like the other worlds, find a way to progress and get to whatever the dungeon is here. We have been unlocking teleporters because in a few cases we're going to have to come back to some of these zones we're passing by later. And really at the moment I'm just trying to, you know, do the thing that unlocks the path, which is, you know, the same thing we did in Chapter 1, the same thing we did in Chapter 2. I'm not repeating myself, I hope.
No more than the game is, so you're good.
Am I at fault? No, it's the game that's to be blamed.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was having a Principal Skinner moment.
So yeah, the game follows the same format pretty much for every chapter. It's just like the fights themselves that are different, and your capabilities change because you know, get more skills on your skill palette and such from leveling up. But yeah, it doesn't change too much. It's just like pathing, knowing what to get, and just doing it efficiently.
This fight is not too terrible that's coming up here, but we are quickly reaching a point in the run where just about everything, if it really doesn't like you, will pose a problem. So, we've got a fight here. The talisman that we need in order to break the crystals that are blocking the path happens to be held by the skeleton. The skeleton, while it's not super tanky, is very high on offense and does not like us. So I did have one run attempt recently on PS4 where I mistimed a couple of attacks and he perfectly countered me and killed me, which is actually fairly embarrassing, but
Yeah,
important.
as great as Rick is, he's not very popular in this world. Most of the creatures inhabiting it just want him to not be there. So They swing swords and other pointy bits at him.
True.
It's very sad. They haven't learned to appreciate the legend that is Rick yet.
But really, who can? Also, I make sure to give Rick different color eyes here as a nod to the path of Alicization.
If I had seen that part of the anime, I'm sure I would understand the significance of that.
That's okay. You just need to watch more.
Yeah, but
Really,
then I would have to
everyone should
actually
watch
watch
more
anime. I say as the person commentating in an anime speedrun marathon.
Dude, you're a role model now. You got to get with the times.
I can just say I watch anime. It's not like... No, I have watched decent. I've seen like 7 or 8 full shows. I don't, like I said before, I don't really watch a lot of stuff. I more read manga if I'm gonna consume media, because then I read pretty fast, so it lets me get through the same amount of material in a lot less time. I have a lot of hobbies, so I try to be pretty efficient with my time.
So, of very minor note, if you're playing on console, you need to run off to the left here real quick and pick up the teleporter for the next zone, because as of now, we don't think you can actually skip Chapter 4, and that's a zone it makes you come back to. So,
Yep, that's true.
by benefit of simply having this skip later on available to us, I don't have to go unlock that zone, because I'm never going there. So... We did the thing with the we did the thing earlier with the skeleton. Now we've got one more thing we've got to unlock here before the speed potion wears off, and that's making it into an area with a terminal in it, where you would expect like an admin to be able to mess with. That terminal is guarded by a big demon enemy, which, just like the skeleton earlier, is not super tanky, but it is super hard hitting. So I purposefully chose not to use all of my buffs just so I would have an extra attack one to use here, because the best offense is a good defense as long as you don't die. There we go. Also, I'm not sure if you can see, but one of my cats is sleeping behind me, and she's incredibly cute. Say hi, Ruby. I swear, sometimes the game just has a hard time registering when I actually complete a team skill chain. But either way, we got through that fight relatively unscathed. So,
Right, we're making good progress.
I think so. We're actually chugging right along for Chapter 4.
Yep.
So, at this point, the game is going to take us back into town, and it's going to go, hey, you know who would really know what to do with this terminal? It's definitely Yui. Let's go back to town and find Yui. Yui is our daughter and also one of the more adorable characters from the game. Don't at me, bro.
I don't like Yui at all.
I respect your right to be wrong, and I accept no slander on this matter. Thank you.
Okay, if you insist. I'm not gonna have this argument on a marathon stream.
That's okay. It's not an argument, so everything's fine. Shots fired. Anywho, the point here at the moment is I'm going to go ahead and, now that I'm in town, find her on the list. And it turns out she's actually in this zone next to the teleport gate. So
That's nice.
just got to run around and wait for the big red dot to spawn in. There she is. Okay. And your friends really do just free range around the town at any given point, so even if they're in your party. So At any point as you're progressing through the story as a casual player, there will be a set of cutscenes and different spots that you can go through. Everybody's got a quest that you can work through, and if you get all the way to the end before the final boss, you will get to see that particular person's ending, which is cute. It's also separate from the romance system, which is a part of this game, at least as a casual player. You're welcome to enjoy, dating whoever it is you like and makes you happy. The cheat to getting the relationship to go through faster is to bring them in your party and give them constant compliments. So, anywho, that's the end of my lecture on that topic. So, we have a quick fight that we have to do with a Gygus mini boss, and then afterwards there's going to be the big story reveal cutscene. So, if for whatever reason you're trying to enjoy this and you are also at the same point trying not to get spoiled for your own casual playthrough, I'll just call out when to look away, and it's only about a minute long. Probably should change my weapon before I started that mini boss. It's fine.
That's not gonna matter. Everything's fine.
So I'm going to fight this, I'm going to see the cutscene, and then I'm going to go back to town and find Premier so that we can move on and get to the point where we can go ahead and cheat our way to the dungeon.
That's not cheating.
Also, where am I?
What are you talking about?
I mean it in the, kindest term. I don't actually think any of this is quote-unquote cheating.
That's good, because I would have to, I'd have to reject all your runs from the leaderboard. Because they have the skip. Most of them do.
Sorry, I got a little distracted and failed to come up with a witty comeback, so... Unfortunately, it still feels like I'm a bit behind when it comes to raw two-handed skill. I think I'm only at 336 at this point, so... spoilers. And then if you want, you can also briefly mute it for about 30 seconds, so... the point of what you're seeing here is that it turns out there's not actually one Premier. There's two Premiers, and our primary antagonist has met the other one. So this goes back to the creation lore of where Aincrad came in the first place, as we slowly realize that this Einground game is not only a new MMO, it's a prequel to the original Aincrad. And that's the end of the spoilers, so... I'll make this motion just so you know it's okay to listen again. Alright, so next thing I need to do is go to the friend menu, and Premier is in Market Street, so I can just run... I do not want to edit my avatar, thank you. Run straight on out to Market Street, see... Assuming she's still there. The most fun here is when she sometimes spawns into the inn itself. And then you just go straight out and she's right in front of you. So. This is also a bit of either random time gain or time loss, just depending on which zone these characters show up in and how quickly your PC will load them onto the screen.
Yep.
So sometimes if you're lucky, this is immediate and you can save sometimes. Sometimes it's not and you're losing time.
You're just very sad when that happens, yeah.
Definitely frustrating, but what are you gonna do? So we run into Premier, we talk to her a bit, and then now the game wants us to go through some more areas that are tied to this oasis and make our way through, and we're not going to do that because we're just going to straight break in to the dungeon. So I am looking for this one. So I'm going to pop a speed potion at this point. I'm going to go southeast into some tunnels, And what the game is going to want me to do is run into the big tornado that's guarding the dungeon. It'll then send me on a quest to disable the tornado, or at least its impact on me, and let me walk in. Instead, what I'm going to personally do is just, go out of bounds and completely step onto the trigger that takes me into the dungeon, without ever actually touching the tornado that triggers the next quest. So there is a small chance that I'm going to mess this up if I step on the zone line wrong. And my main hope is to either immediately Alt F4 before it updates the autosave, or if that doesn't work, I'll just have to waste the 5 extra minutes but gain a few extra levels to go about it the normal way.
I will say that would technically void all LRT after this point if you have to Alt F4. So hopefully you don't.
Maybe. We'll see.
It seems like it's happened, but it hasn't happened every time, so hard to say.
Something is definitely a little bit off about this run as well, because my difference between normal and LRT is actually significantly higher than I'm used to right now. Like the difference between those two values is already at 29 minutes.
That's weird.
Because it's normally 30 minutes, just flat out when I'm streaming.
Like the whole game, yeah. You haven't done any like extra, huh?
I mean, maybe there's a Windows update or something that threw things off, but I mean, I haven't changed anything on purpose. I just haven't run in a few weeks.
No.
So
No.
we'll have to see where these times run into.
What's your LRT at?
LRT's at 219 right now.
Okay. Yeah. That's pretty reasonable.
Let's see.
So
Compare against real time. Yeah, real time I'm actually behind 20 minutes right now instead of LRT where I'm down 11 minutes. That's actually a little bit concerning for my estimate. I didn't think I was quite that far behind.
yeah, loads are weird. I don't know why that would be, but
Either way, we just broke out of bounds here, simply by taking our dagger and stabbing into that little wedge point there on the screen. So
yeah, the dagger is weirdly good at getting out of bounds, because the same reason the dagger dashing works, you just get pulled forward, and there's basically holes in a lot of the geometry in this game. It's very empty. It's like very patchwork, very piecemeal. So there's often gaps you can just slip through if the game thinks that your position is supposed to be further along than where it is when you use the ability.
So at this point, all I really just need to do is attempt to land on top of that zone line down here, on the back of this pillar. And that should be enough to break me into the area.
Like
Yep, and we're in. So we've
should
now
get the teleport
essentially
gate for safety.
sequenced. I'll pick up one of them as we go.
Okay. Just a thought.
Actually, I'll just grab the last one.
Sure.
So
Just in case something like really crazy happens and like game crashes.
crash or something.
And it's like, oh well,
Yeah.
we now have to get back in. We have to do the skip again. Just like
That's a good point.
Me worrying about nothing, probably, but you know.
I mean, this is a marathon, and since you're on the team, this is technically your marathon in part. So
I guess. Yeah, that's a way to look at it
we
for sure.
do our best here. So either way, we're still chugging along just fine here. So all of the mandatory fights and other barriers that would normally slow us up and give us a few levels in return are now disabled, because the game is still waiting on us to do the story trigger that we skipped right by.
Yep, quest
in
flag
the previous
means.
area. So in essence, I can go straight on to the chapter boss, because the game goes, oh, you made it here? You must have been supposed to make it here. Come on. There we go.
And part of the reason that works is because most of the chapter bosses can be refought in multiplayer. There's a multiplayer mode. All you can really do in it is fight those bosses, the raid bosses rather. But entering the rooms is programmed to just be a trigger for their appearance, and defeating them is the trigger for the next chapter to start. So it just skips all the previous flags regardless of their state. However, we don't know if this works for the Chapter 5 boss.
We don't.
Because nobody's
But it will
managed to
be
get to
fun to
him
find out.
with a skip yet. Not that... I don't think we've looked that hard. I haven't. I don't think Nylan has. I haven't heard anything from him. I don't think he has.
Oddly enough, the graphic for that seal is still sitting there, but the seal itself is gone. So,
Yep.
gonna go ahead and just gear myself up real quick. Put on the nice thing. I don't think I've got anything else for any of these slots. Yeah, I don't. That's unfortunate. So. I wanted to go ahead and use these cooldowns now. Alrighty.
Oh yeah, I guess there's no need to log out for this one because...
I didn't use anything in the last few minutes to get here.
Yep.
So, and it goes straight here, and it's not, hey, let's talk about the raid. Let's set things up. It's just, ooh, look, something to fight.
So as you'll notice, we don't have raid members. There wasn't a cutscene to talk through to get into the raid. Oh, wow.
Wow.
Just,
Yeah,
like,
that
slapped you.
looked like it just got countered pretty
They
hard.
both hit you at once, I think is what happened.
Son of a gun. Alright, well, that sucks, but let's move on.
But yeah, there's only the immediate party is in the battle because of all of that. Because the quest flags are required for the raid parties to show up. And this is why the Chapter 1 boss is so troublesome if we do the skips. I'm still fairly certain that there's no way it's not faster to play the game that way, but...
I mean, there's only one way to find out at this point, so we're just going to have to give it a shot and see what happens.
If we can gain 2 levels in 6 minutes, it's faster. Or more like...
So at this
4,
point,
but,
unfortunately, I'm basically having to grind through these things without having my buffs because I got myself smacked down a moment ago. But it'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's still pretty doable.
Yeah, there's no real risk of actually losing the fight here. It's just losing time.
Yeah, most of the fights Chapter 1, Chapter 5, and Chapter 6 are generally the hardest parts, and Chapter 1 is only if you go for certain strats. 2, 3, and 4, you're more like, because you have, well, I guess technically Chapter 1 isn't even that risky if you have the full raid party. I'm just talking about like the theoretical implementation that we're going for. So technically only Chapter 5 and 6 are like places where a run will likely die if you aren't going for a top time, just because you can game over fairly easily there. Your party members are generally pretty good at staying alive, but that falls apart in the final boss fight. There's just too much of a level gap. They'll be like in the 30s, and the boss's internal level is like 60.
So that was a decent fight. That death cost me a good 30 or 40 seconds worth of fight time, but it's fine. So at this point, we've got a little bit of a story stuff going on here. Once I get back to town and go talk to Premier. Before I do that, I'm just going to run over to the inn and sell off some stuff for some more speed potions, because this zone likes to use all the speed potions up. But we're going to see a little bit of story, and then we're going to go run into World 5. Which is a bit of a fun jaunt through a maze that's kind of shaped like a big old star, and on the inside is where the dungeon is, and where the primary antagonist is waiting for me to go kick his butt.
Oh, and I get to reintroduce the bounty, because this is what it's for.
Nice.
Once you
Can I actually
get your
do
way
this?
in there.
So It said that Premiere was in Lakeside Park, so if I can find her quickly here, we can still save a nice chunk of time. There she is. This isn't too bad at all.
Yeah, it was nice and easy. Pretty painless.
So, again, if you're really trying to get away from story spoilers, you're going to look away for about the next minute. So, we're going to run into a thing. They're going to go say, oh no, what was that thing I just heard? And get lured into a fight and get saved by our partner because our partner is way more awesome than we are. And really, if you yourself both have a partner and you think they're cooler than you, that's a special place to be, so congratulations. So, there is a small cutscene, like a actual animated cutscene here. I'm going to skip it because it's fast, but I'm pretty sure you can see what's going on. So, once this is all over, we talk to our friends in the inn briefly about what just happened, and then we decide to go into the start of World 5. So, right now, in essence, our friends are trying to figure out what's going on with Genesis and what makes him such a creeperson. Let's see.
Ooh,
Yeah,
that's good HP, but that's some movement. You're at 0.65 movement with those on.
I'm at 0.65, and I put on the less heavy. I put the less heavy chest back on.
Yes.
So.
I almost wonder.
But yeah, this is
I don't know.
This is a bit of a problem.
Yeah, I don't know what the optimal armor setup this late is, so.
I mean, I'm not sure either, but I've got all the money for all the speed potions, so let's just roll with it and see where we're at.
It works out.
It's already 2:30 a.m.
That's true. Excuse me.
So, we're within an hour of being done with the run here. So
yeah, this chapter is most of it. Chapter 6 is pretty brief. It's like 15-20 minutes. So this area has a whole lot of barriers, like, what am I trying to say? Like the barriers that are like flag based that you need to get taken down by pressing switches and or killing mini bosses. And completing the first, so there's two parts to the chapter, right? You have this like ruins area, and then you have this big temple. If we can get into the temple early and bypass all of these barriers, we save about 24 minutes probably. So the bounty that I have is to find a way to get into the temple without hitting any of the without hitting any switches or killing any of the mini bosses that we would normally have to, except this one, which is on the way. It's $50, and it is to be awarded to someone who finds the first person to find a skip and prove that there is a skip that is replicable, meaning that we can actually do it in a run, because we'll know if you just use cheat engine to skip out of bounds. And that actually saves us time, and that lets us finish Chapter 5. If it doesn't let us fight Genesis and progress to the final dungeon afterwards, then it's not useful. So if it's something that breaks the game in a way that prevents that from happening, it's no good to us.
Also, spoilers, the boss of this chapter is Genesis.
Oh yeah, that's true.
That's not really a spoiler, that's something you can't get away from noticing.
You did mention he was the main antagonist like an hour and a half ago, so...
Yeah, so you would figure that if you have a primary antagonist in this game, you're eventually going to fight it. But in the meantime, we're going to run through all of the different sections on the outer ring here and unlock most of those teleporters. And then afterwards, we're going to find that these sections all have little inner nooks and crannies that have terminals, and disabling all those terminals is the path that unlocks the inner sanctum, for lack of a better term.
I will also say if more than one person finds a bounty, or finds a skip for the bounty, whoever finds the fastest one will get it.
Why not just pay both?
Because I'm not made of money.
But think
have
of all
to.
that sweet income that you get from, you know, streaming, you know, Sword Art games.
Oh yes, the income I get not even having affiliate.
I believe in you, man. Trust your fate to the heart of the cards.
Yeah, that's. I should start streaming Yu-Gi-Oh. That's the solution. Yeah, I have to support my unhealthy anime figure collecting hobby. I can't afford to pay for 2 bounties. But yeah, $50 bounty to the fastest skip that lets us finish Chapter 5, or fastest Chapter 5 skip that lets us still finish the chapter and is replicable. So yeah, if anyone's interested in making a hopefully easy $50, get on it.
Or if you just want to be a speedrunner with us, we could always use more company.
True, but there's no bounty for that. It's just having fun, which is probably more valuable in the long term. But yeah,
it should be anyway.
I would agree.
This teleporter I'm going to skip, not because I'm not coming back here, but the things I need when I come back here are on the other side of the zone, so it's faster to use the 4th zone's teleporter. Son of a gun. That just cost me a speed potion.
Good thing you have a lot.
Yeah. I've kind of lucked out with the amount of money and drops that I've picked up as far as these potions go, so that part I'm not going to complain about. Also, I should remember to put this on while I've got it. Oh, wow, that's a lot.
Well, hopefully it makes the final boss safer.
It's gonna make the damage I can push out a little bit easier, so
That's making it
nice.
shorter is making it safer. Fight's long. It's the longest fight in the game, by like a factor of 2.
especially if it goes wrong.
Well, I mean, if it goes wrong, it doubles. So
Yeah. Oh gosh, that one time where I finally picked up the record in this game, I think other than one character, the whole party got wiped. And I stood there watching for a minute, waiting to figure out if Yuki was going to figure out how to pick me up or not. And then she gets hit, but she barely survives it. And then she makes it over to me, and I slowly revive the whole party. So I think I was up 10 minutes and ended up only picking up the record by like 30 seconds. Because we just lost so much dadgum time there.
which record was that? Because you currently have record by like 5 minutes, I think. Right?
I want to say that was the one where I finally did manage to beat Foz, because they picked up a nice.
Oh right, yeah.
They had a pretty good time for a while. It took a number of runs and decent attempts to grind that back down.
Yeah.
So
actually, an earlier version of this route that we're using here used the DLC armor that's it's not DLC in the PC and Switch versions. It is DLC in the PS4 and Vita versions. It gives a lot less defense, but it gives a free 10% damage, and we would probably use that up until getting the armor that Sharkie used for the last boss. Because that's the point, probably, at which the stat gains outweigh the percent damage.
that sounds about right.
But we would be significantly more fragile in chapters 2 and 3. A little bit less fragile in chapter 1. So it actually might be beneficial to have that. Especially since we know where we can get speed potions without paying for them.
It's actually noteworthy in some of these side rooms to go ahead and equip your weapon before you enter them, because the enemy will notice you immediately and start trying to take a swing at your head.
Yep, that's true.
Like this one, for example. And unfortunately, I also got clipped by a... Damn it, that's another speed potion. I got clipped by this guy earlier, so what was I trying to say?
Yeah, we got it.
I don't know, I lost my train of thought.
Ooh, that big chunk of damage.
This
Big chunk of
one,
damage. We like those. Getting the weak hits. By weak hits, I mean ones that trigger the weak symbol on him, not weak hits that don't do a lot of damage.
No, I appreciate that. I was pretty sure I understood what you meant. Okay.
So this is one of the switches that we have to hit to lower barriers. That we don't want to have to because it takes a really long time.
So this is the part that teaches you, oh hey, these barriers are a thing. You really need to start working on getting rid of them.
Yeah, hurry up.
Get on it, friend.
Yeah, games like, yo, you paying attention? You gotta hit a bunch of switches. It's basically a fetch quest, except you don't have. Well, you do have to walk back. You have to walk back to where the barriers were, I guess. That would do it.
Anyhow. So. At this point, we've managed to go to 4 of the 5 zones that make up this area. We're now going to go ahead and get to the 5th one and hit its teleporter. And then at that point, we'll go to the furthest away side zone and just start working our way back and forth throughout the whole area, trying to clear out all of these terminals that are going to unlock the inner zone. So.
This game has a couple of really good pieces in its soundtrack. One of the battle themes in the final dungeon is really good. There's like a more somber sounding piano piece in some of the indoor and cave areas in this game that's also pretty good. Big fan of them. Most of the SAO games I feel like have like 2 or 3 good songs, and the rest of them are like pretty forgettable. Like one of the Fatal Bullet dungeon themes has this cool polyrhythm thing going on, and like a metric modulation, where it goes from like 3s to 4s and then 3s to 4s, but not like triplets, like dotted 8ths from 8ths. It's okay if there's people in the chat that did in the audience that didn't understand that. That's okay. Music's pretty esoteric a lot of the time, but they do a metric modulation thing, and you can look up what that is, and it's pretty cool. I don't remember which one it is, but if you play the game, you'll notice that the rhythm changes from 3s to 4s if you count the groups of notes, and it's really cool how they do it.
Shoot. I'm not actually sure what happened to that group skill chain. I didn't see if I was the one that missed out on it or if some of my friends just got confused there. Not a super big deal either way. Alright, so after this one, I need to warp back to number 4 so that I can run back into number 3 and pick up the side room there. Let's see here. Yeah, let's do it that way. So, this next room is going to be a little kinder when it comes to our experience route because it's going to be full of regular slimes to fight. So, instead of having one big thing to chip away at, we should end up getting some progress that way. Some of these enemy types we haven't really talked about, but they're going to pop up in a little bit later. The flames are spirit enemies that are sometimes attached to specific Grim Reaper looking guys, and often if they're awake and combined with it, then you can't really hurt the Reaper until you beat the flame spirits that are with them. So it's not a hard and fast rule, but it does come up fairly often with a couple of mini-boss fights in the last chapters.
So I looked through my YouTube history, and I'm pretty sure the name of the track is Dungeon Geofront 4 on the Fatal Bullet soundtrack. for anyone interested in hearing that song. So yeah, it's pretty cool.
That's neat.
Yeah, it's definitely the best track in the game. From a compositional perspective, it accomplishes the most as a composition, I would say. It's kind of cool. Oh, this is the one that doesn't make you fight mini bosses. It's just like a bunch of random dudes, random slime dudes.
Yep.
Who thankfully are weak to slashing.
They are, as long as I manage to hit the right skill.
True.
Ah, shoot. That's another hit and another speed potion? This is starting to get embarrassing now.
Nah, it's just the 3 a.m. occupational hazard.
Well, that's kind of you to say.
I mean, I'm like half lucid right now, real talk.
No
like the
worries,
quality
man.
of my commentary has dropped significantly in the past hour, and I'm well aware.
It's okay. As my coworkers say, don't worry, at least you're pretty.
But I'm invisible.
Not with that attitude.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
Thank you. There we go. Alright, time to burn yet another speed potion here. Additionally, and very annoyingly, the one of the jellies actually did manage to hit me and put on a SP minus debuff. So my special gauge for getting dashes is currently bleeding dry on me as we speak. I'm not 100% sure if this part is faster. I'm going to have to time it out, but I did try something a little new and go to zone 5 and run backwards to get into this one instead of going to zone 4 and running through the whole thing. So one less screen transition for a little bit less distance to have to travel. This one is unique because in this particular side area there is nothing to fight. So as soon as I get done with this one, I can warp to the first zone and get to its side room. I can get to the second one, and then after the second one, the final pathway opens up. So 1, 2, carry the reciprocal. I think 3 more side rooms, and we'll manage to break into the temple.
Yay! Temple time.
The one thing I'm most scared of right now is that it turns out that the reason why my PC is losing time is actually because like Windows Update is running in the background because it's 3 in the morning.
That's possible. I don't know how much this game interacts with like other processes. I don't think the CPU use is generally very high, nor is the GPU use, because it's technically a Vita game.
Not necessarily, but at the same point, we are talking about something where I'm also running OBS and the browser and streaming to Discord. And
Yeah, I'd be surprised.
I don't know what I don't know.
I would be surprised if that was that impactful, but I guess I also don't have a better explanation right now, so I don't know. There's a lot of things it could be. Computers are weird, kind of complicated when it comes to like running different games as effectively at all times. But that's why we have a load remover, so it's fine.
They certainly can be, so. Do I have any cool... I do have a cooldown to burn here. So this is one of those guys that I talked about, the Reaper with the spirits. And those things do not have a whole lot of health, so that wasn't super bad to try to burn through. There we are. Okay. So a lot of those hits would not have done much damage if I was not already taking care of the little flames behind it. The flames are only really dangerous because they strike quickly when you get their attention, so they're really good at knocking off speed potions. But thankfully, all their friends already did that, so they were nice enough and kind to spare me. What are you gonna do? So, all right, back to Dagger, and it is very much a constant Okay, now we're in dagger. Now we're in this. Now we're in that. As we go through here, so lots of equipment shuffling around. So that is the one primary reason why it feels nice to at least see if we can find a runnable dagger main weapon route. But Cest Levis, as the Latin language would say.
Is that actually what they would say, Sharky?
I think it's French indeed, so I doubly messed that up, but, you know, at least I'm pretty.
Yeah.
This one is going to be another group of vaguely humanoid enemies, so shouldn't be too painful. Yes, Ruby. Hi. Yes. Dad's up way too late. Thank you for reminding me. My sweet little 18-pound tuxedo cat really wants me to know that I eventually need to go to bed tonight.
Eventually.
Oh, hey, look, that one tagged me. That's another speed potion down.
Yo. How many speed potions? So we should, I don't think I can do,
I can do subtraction at this point. I'm not that sleepy.
No, I meant, I can't do predictions. Say predictions on how many more speed potions you'll need to finish the run, but I don't actually know how many you normally would need from here. And also, I'm not a mod, so I can't do predictions.
It's fine. So, this is the last piece of the outer area here, so I've got one more fight to go through, and then we'll go ahead and head back to town briefly and unlock the dungeon for Chapter 5. So, Chapter 6 has no dungeon proper. It's just 5 or 6 areas that you need to run through, and then once you get to the end, there's the final boss. So, unfortunately, I'm currently moving at the speed of smell between my equipment situation and my lack of speed potions, so apologies for that. Also going to change up my equipment while I'm thinking about it here.
DBK is asking what we should put as the prediction in terms of numbers of potions you expect to need. Like, we have two options. It can be like this many or less, or like more than this many, basically. What would that number be?
How many I'm going to need to make it through the whole rest of the run?
Yeah, the rest of the run.
9. Let's go with that.
So 9 or less, and then 10 or more?
Yes. We'll go with that.
Okay. Yeah, 9 or less or 10 or more would be the option.
Because I think it's exactly 9, so if I don't mess up anymore.
Yeah.
Come on, pick up your weapon. There we go. I was going to go for a group skill chain here, but to be honest, it seems to be working better just for me to try to melt through the guy as it is.
Yeah, I agree.
Unfortunately, I still don't have my primary, still don't have my ultimate attack, and that's kind of a problem right now.
Are you not at 350?
I'll check again, but I didn't think I was all the way to 350 yet.
Should be close if you're not there.
The problem is I'm running out of things to hit before Genesis. Oh, shoot, I'm at 360.
Yeah, you're
What the
good.
heck am I talking
You're
about?
fine.
I thought I was way past it, so... Also gonna do this, and then you can go away, you can go away. We'll put you here, put you here. So this should work out pretty nicely.
So do you have a use for those other 4 skill points?
Not that I want to focus on right now. So, At this point, I've spent every point that I need to in order to get through the run.
Mhm.
All right, back to town.
So yeah, for the prediction, either 9 or fewer potions or 10 or more potions. If I wasn't sure if I clarified that or not. It's 3 in the morning, so I'm a little loopy.
I think I can. Well, I'm gonna go to the thing here and just shop up real quick, and then. And with all of the money and the high amounts of stuff that we've picked up, I still have. I'm sitting on 9 potions right now, and I've got enough money to buy 4 more if everything goes
I mean,
wrong.
basically, if you yeah. So hopefully you don't have to buy anymore.
True.
Because otherwise, yeah.
There's better things I can use that on anyway, so. Okay, so we are at the final dungeon here of Chapter 5. So in order to make it through this area, we've got a few things we've got to pull off. We have 2 different things that we have to fight that are going to unseal the path to the final boss. There's also a red chest that I'm going to want to fight through here because there is an upgraded sword that I can pick up. It's the second and last chance to upgrade my weapon through the run. And just like we went from being on something like 10 damage to 100, I think the base raw damage for that last sword is 190, like almost 200.
Yeah, it's pretty high. It's also an isosceles triangle, which is kind of cool.
I mean, geometry is the best of all currencies, so...
I'm way too tired to think of a clever response to that.
That's okay, that was not a clever statement. Alright. We're making it through, and thank you all for hanging out so late. Thank you for letting us be a part of this. We're absolutely not on world record pace right now, but this is still a respectable run, assuming that we don't get caught and defeated by anything at the end here.
Yeah,
so.
we're gaming. We're just straight up gaming right now. It's great. And it's still faster than I finished the game, technically.
I mean, other than St. All's run, this is still well on pace to be a solid second place compared to everyone.
Yeah, I mean, I've also, bear in mind, I haven't actually run the full game, so technically I don't have a time for, because I can't.
Not with that attitude.
I guess that is a way that you could describe that, yes.
So, you occasionally get short buffs and debuffs for using weapon skills, and that particular sword skill gives a small strength buff, so that's why I went ahead and threw that one out there. I'm hoping if I push out just enough damage, this thing doesn't actually get a chance to swing on me. The other unfortunate part about the ultimate sword skills is that they're not 50 SP to use, they're 100.
Yo, the prediction's up.
Sweet. So far we have used 1. Alright, so... Come on, anyway. Oh, missed the spot.
Yeah, the 9 in the prediction is the amount that's expected to be used for the rest of the run. That's the amount that's typically in the route from here on out, like from here to the end, based on the amount of hits that we expect to take, amount of times we log out to reset buffs, things like that.
So, and the reason for doing that is I lost like 3 or 4 more than I expected to, and I'm just frustrated with myself. so this is fine. Alright, so we managed to beat one of the seals that we need to in order to lock the central path into the final area. We need to come back around here, and this is where we have the small detour to fight the big spirit that's guarding the ultimate weapon. So we're going to go straight in for that, probably get hit, but that's one of the expected 9 speed potions, and then just try not to get hit by anything we're not supposed to until the boss.
Yeah, this guy's got weirdly low health for whatever reason.
Yeah, I think it's just part of the class.
Yeah, the spirit enemies just have really low health, but it applies to them as bosses too, which is why it's weird. Same with the wasps. There's a tick boss in chapter 1 that drops purple katana. That's what the katana route would use.
Okay.
Things like golems have like a ton, so we want to avoid those. Whenever we don't have to fight a golem, we just don't fight it, and that includes for purple weapons because it's physically painful.
It is.
The purple spear in chapter 1 is from a golem in an area we never go to, and it's like level 16 and it has like 200,000 health. It's insane. So we just don't do that one. That basically routed or removed spear as a routing possibility like instantaneously, because whatever weapon you use, you have to start using in chapter 1 or you won't get enough skill points.
So I'm trying to remember now. Is it chapter 2 or chapter 3 the next time we get a chance to pick up a spear and run with it?
Technically 2, but it doesn't matter because by that point we'd already be so behind. It's not even worth it to switch. We should just stick with whatever we have.
You say to the person that uses doesn't upgrade their sword until chapter
That's
3.
fine. I'm talking about skill points, not damage. We'd be too behind on skill points. Katana and scimitar both. Well, katana can actually go further than a lot of them because its defense negating skill is very early. It's at like 150.
That is a big deal.
Yes.
And that's one of the benefits of the big axe's ability as well.
Yeah.
Man, that just melted through that guy.
It did.
My strength number's got to be through the roof, right? Oh yeah, 70's way higher than I expected. I've got a practice save that I was working with, trying to warm back up for this before the marathon, and that practice save has 40 strength. I'm at 70 right now.
It's among the highest I've seen. Yeah. In chapter 3, so we would, if we did katana, we wouldn't get one in 2, and we would get one in 3. There's a turtle boss that's not too bad in chapter 3,
Gotcha.
and the katana that drops is actually better than the ones you can get in chapter 4 and 5, because when I played casually, that's the one I used the whole rest of the game.
Okay.
And I just spammed between 2 skills on the boss, the final boss of the game, and it was really easy. I was under leveled, not as much as we would be in the speedrun, but with the defense negating skill and the fact that the katana skills hit 4 and 5 times respectively in a game that favors multi-hits a lot, ends up working out pretty well.
Yeah, I absolutely don't think that we've already come on to the end-all be-all of specific routes for this game.
For sure.
This is just...
we just have a lot of testing.
This is the best that we were able to put together in the time we had to prepare for the marathon. So.
Yeah, we just have a lot to test, and not enough people to test it. Because
Hi, I'm the tester.
pretty much at the moment, yeah, because I still can't play, so...
Okay, so this is the last area before our big boss fight. Also, I just realized I forgot to split last time. There we go. So gonna go into our items and grab that strength potion that we farmed up, 1,000 years ago. Gonna pick up this. Basically, we're gonna use all the buffs, all of our stuff that has the most strength on it entirely. And then we're going to walk straight into this fight and just do our best.
And win. We're gonna win. It's gonna happen, I believe.
I would be very happy with first try, and I feel a bit more tanky than usual, so I like our odds, but nothing is guaranteed.
You also
here.
hit significantly harder than usual.
Fair. So this is a boss that under normal circumstances can 1 or 2 shot us with how low we are. But that very first hit is almost always a regular attack. So I'm going to tank it and counter it with a basic start of the game sword skill that is going to briefly stagger and make him weak. And then I'm going to counter it with the ultimate, which is just enough damage and just less of a duration of swinging around to let me do the thing. So this is enough to take on his first health bar, and every time he loses a health bar going forward, he's basically going to activate his performance enhancing drugs. They give him buffs and they show him losing his mental health, and yeah, this guy basically cheats at VR by using steroids just for your mind. So he's going to get some rage, and I'm not going to care because I'm going to punch him right in the face.
Yep.
So the only RNG here is just making sure that I don't get hit by whatever he does as soon as he comes out of this. I'll just counter it, and that should be enough to, yeah. He has big sword skills that get all the way up into the range of, say, not only 3 hits, but say 8 or 10, but he can't use them until he's at the end of his health. And bye, buddy.
Yeah, I think that might be the fastest Genesis I've ever seen.
I wish I knew if it was best. I forgot to skip on the previous one, but that was an ideal fight, and that is a very difficult fight. Yeah, our first run when we came back, that took me 2.5 hours to pull off. So.
So
now we finished.
Drugs are bad. Okay, I agree. Don't use
drugs are bad.
Don't use performance enhancing drugs. It's cheating.
Oh, the unfortunate part is Sword Art Abridged has a very famous line that says, "Don't use drugs except steroids. In which case, use lots of drugs."
Oh no! Oh yo, Sega crew, thanks for the raid. That's super cool.
Welcome on, Raiders. It's a pleasure to have you here. We are almost at the end of Sword Art Hollow Realization. So,
just 1 dungeon to go.
Due to some minor technical problems, we are running a bit slower than I intended, but we're still with an estimate. So, this is fine. So, Premiere has decided that she's going to run off out of town because she's kind of upset and having a think about everything that we just saw at the end of the Genesis fight.
Which we didn't see because we skipped all of it.
Yes, just as we should. So at this point, the game wants us to map our way into that very first area and then run out and find her at the start of the second zone. So
yeah.
She's basically going out to the big mountainous fields where there was the big naturey stuff that we talked about at the start of the run. So
IR Leet asks, Hollow Realization is the second game of the series? Technically, yes. So the first one was shoot, I don't remember what it's called. It's got like memory in the name.
So well, it's the third one, I think.
Well, because Hollow Fragment's a remake of the PSP game with some extra content. So story-wise, all of the stuff from the PSP game is in the Vita one. So it's technically the same game. It's all one game now. And so from that perspective, this is the second game in that continuity. Yes.
In essence,
Infinity Moment, that's what it's called.
Got it.
Infinity Moment got remade as Hollow Fragment on the Vita with more content. And then this came after it.
Lost Song is in between those two. Lost Song is the Alfheim game universe.
Is that? Equivalent. I thought they were separate continuities. Are they not? In that case, then this is the third.
So the game universe starts and breaks off in Hollow Fragment in essence because what's the thing? Basically, what normally happens in the books and the anime at floor 75 doesn't happen in the games, but rather by some mysterious reason, everyone you care about suddenly finds themselves teleported to floor 76. And going from floor 76 up is where you have the story of the first game. So from that point, the game universe has its own continuity with things like certain characters surviving where they wouldn't, or so on and so forth. But what was I trying to say? Yeah, it's still kind of, the games themselves still kind of parallel arcs. So, for example, Fatal Bullet is the game universe parallel of the GGO arc.
Yeah.
Um,
And also the first one to release on Xbox consoles, if anyone has those. Because of so you only have enough speed potions to reach 9 right now, right? So if you don't go back, are you planning on going back to get more?
no.
Okay, so we'll just say that it counts as 10 or more. If you end up in a position where you don't have a speed buff anywhere before, you would, anytime you run out where it would still be beneficial to have a speed potion, we'll say that that's 10, because you would have used one if you still had one.
I was planning on counting it if I intended to use one, and I didn't have one in my
Yeah, that's what I'm
inventory to
saying.
use.
I'm just bad at wording things because it's 3 in the morning.
It's 3 a.m. I must be lonely, lonely. Definitely do not come to my stream for singing unless you are tone deaf or appreciative of tone deaf people. Thank you. So, we have made it to the end of this little mini area. The story basically follows along with the creation myth of Aincrad. And as such, a area that isn't what you would think of as Aincrad suddenly starts floating in the air afterwards, after this scene. So we have to go through the unfinished Aincrad as the final area. And you would think there's more to do, but it just straight up tells you now, hey, you can use your map to go here. And that's all I have to do. It is a annoyingly long cutscene as all of your friends show up for the final battle, though, so... You'll see all the characters you're used to. You'll see cool game-based characters you may not know, like Philia the Thief, Straya the mental health AI, Premier, the brand new one from this game. Who am I forgetting?
Kureha, who thank goodness isn't in this game, actually.
Kureha is new to Fatal Bullet, which is the next in the series.
Yeah, and we want to mod her
then-
out of the game because it would save us like 15 minutes.
I think both Medina and Adis are but from Alicization, although I never made it to past chapter 2 of Alicization's game.
Yes.
So
I've only played
don't know
chapter
if
1 of
there's
that game as
anything.
well, so...
I enjoyed it, but the hour long of reading through the light novel style presentation they have once I beat chapter 1, I was just like, that is so much to take in. I'm going to pause this game and take a break.
That's why I skipped the
And
cutscenes.
3 years later, I still haven't ended that break.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, it was just, you just skip the cutscenes. It makes it so much faster.
mhm,
That's what I always do.
it does.
I skip the cutscenes in
So-
like 90% of the games I play, honestly. I just don't
Nice.
find most stories that engaging anymore. It's I'm just like really picky about storytelling. So it's like I give them like 3 hours to catch my attention, and if they don't, it's like I don't know, man.
Real
let's play
quick
the
before
game.
I forget, do you remember what time our run was scheduled to end?
No. I guess technically 3:20 according to this, but we started late, so
How much was on that block of time? Because it was the 4:05 estimate, and then it was also 15 minutes of setup.
so yeah,
right?
4:20 total. Well, the next run isn't scheduled until like 3:40, so I wouldn't.
Okay.
Did I skip cutscenes in Persona 5? Technically no, because you can't skip cutscenes in Persona 5. You can only fast forward them. I did do that, but I can actually read fast enough to read the fast forwarded text. I read at 1,500 words per minute. It's actually crazy. I learned how to read when I was 3, so I've just always been very fast. But I did like the story of Persona 5. It's just that if I can read it that fast, I may as well fast forward it, because I don't really lose anything by doing that. I'm a little bit unusual in a couple of specific aspects, my reading speed being one of them. So yeah, in games that let me fast forward the text up to a certain point, I usually will. This game skips too fast for me to read it, though. Kind of. It is like a cheat code for reading. I don't know why I learned to read that early. I assume it's just because my parents read to me a lot when I was really little. They have footage of me reading books like out loud in libraries, so when I was like 3 years old.
That's pretty neat, actually.
Yeah, it's not hyperlexia either, because hyperlexia is like a splinter skill that you just have. You can repeat the words, but you don't actually understand them, and they would ask me questions about it later, and apparently I don't know. It is weird. Reading's weird. Like, as a concept. It's too late for me to be thinking about this stuff, man.
Splintering is technically a form of time travel, so I'm just going to assume that has something to do with it.
Yeah, let's talk about time travel.
Multiverse theory is a pain.
Is there time travel in any SAO games? I don't think there is. Unless you count,
I want to say no.
Technically, in like the end of Fatal Bullet, they're like time travel back in time to save your friend after the ending cutscene. No, I'm not trying to flex reading skills. I'm just trying to explain why I fast forwarded the cutscenes in Persona 5. If you interpret that as a flex, that is your prerogative, not mine. It's just a fact of my life. So there it is. But yeah, in Fatal Bullet, technically there's like meta out-of-universe time travel, but it's not something that is explicitly considered to happen in universe. It's just like branching continuities, so it's not the same thing. I feel like there's like an entire video essay to be written on the idea of branching continuities and how that's like what that means from the character's perspective or something. But again, too late for me to think about this stuff, man.
Also, we're still technically doing a speedrun.
We are, so. That's true, but we're mostly just slapping some dudes in the face at the moment.
True.
It's mostly the same kinds of enemies we've been fighting the whole game. The next main topic, I guess, would probably be the final boss, right? Because the final boss is like totally unique. There's not another fight in the game that works the same way at all.
That's pretty fair. So, for the moment here, though, I'm trying to go through what ends up being 3 more zones that have 5 mini-bosses on them. So, I'm at, I want to say potion number 4 at the moment. Let's see, we used 2 more to get through the inner dungeon of 5. We used 1 for the area. We used 1 for... Actually, no, I'm on 5 right now, so... I'm also, for some reason, trying to save my cooldowns here, although I probably don't have to near as much as I've been doing, so this should be enough to kill. So, again, we're mildly behind schedule here, but we are still, I think we're still on pace to be underestimate.
I think so, yeah. Well, as long as you first try the final boss, but I believe in you.
Trust your fate to the heart of the cards, buddy.
No, that would be basing it on RNG. I don't want to do that. I would rather trust your ability to play the game than RNG, Sharky. And worst comes to worst, I can just, give you my energy, so.
You thought it was me playing the game, but it was really the cards, Dio.
Oh no.
Nah, I got nothing. So, this next section is going to end with a series of dudes to have to fight, including some ghosts, some skeletons, a couple of reapers, and I think a demon or 2 as well. So, it's basically just a small gauntlet of regular enemies to fight to make it through what's blocking the path at the end of this zone. And then after that, there is one more zone to fight our way through that has 3 mini bosses. One of them is a couple of cats, one of them I think is a couple of alligators, and the last one is 2 level 50 dragons. And level 50 is the level cap for this iteration of the base game.
Yep, DLC increases it a fair bit, but we're never going to get that high in the speedrun anyway. As you can see, we're level 22 right now.
Yeah, but thankfully this fight is going to help pick an extra level or so for us up that we otherwise wouldn't be able to pick up here.
Didn't I say I'm low on energy since it's 3 a.m. where I'm at? Probably. I don't remember what that's in reference to because it's 3 a.m. where I'm at and I'm tired. So we're kind of in a self-defeating loop now, unfortunately.
You use the reference "Take My Energy," which is actually a reference to a
that's what I
run
said.
that I did 7 years ago. So
yeah,
it is fine.
Which, yeah, I wasn't even at that. I just know about it because you told me after the fact.
No worries.
So
the expectation here is that I'm going to get hit at the start of here. There's not really much of any way to. There's not really any way to avoid that, but that's part of why I said I expected to use a total of 9 of these.
It looks like it ran out. You didn't get hit, but it ran out anyway because it was really low on remaining duration, so it's fine.
No, I definitely got hit by one of those skeletons a moment
ago. I'll believe you. I didn't see your health go down, but I might have looked at it late.
That's okay. Alright, now I gotta take down this one. And I'm trying to stagger my use of my buffs at this point, so... I don't know what exactly they're saying in Japanese, but it sounds pretty cool.
Yeah.
I know basic phrases like ikuzo, which is basically let's go, or something of that nature. And you know, you can always pick up your daijobus and gambates as you go, but it is definitely a rich and powerful language that I barely know any of the vocabulary for.
I can read more than I can speak, which is kind of backwards. It's actually, well, I can read more than I can hear, like, interpret by listening, because, like, I find it's like with any language, right? When people speak it, like people who are really fluent in certain languages will just speak them really quickly. It's like, oh, what'd they just say? But, like, with, like, kanji and stuff, it's not as, I have infinite time, so it's, like, it's fine. I don't know, like, that much actual Japanese, though. I can, like, I'm just familiar with symbols used for certain things. Like, attack is almost always used the same symbols in a lot of games. Like defense, stuff like that. So if you just memorize those, you can read enough to play games fine. You won't be able to read, like, text in RPGs, though, unless you actually know Japanese, which I don't. Not to that degree. Did something happen? I'm a little confused now. I can't tell if the webcam's frozen or not, or something else is happening.
Apologies. It appears my USB my USB hub itself took a hit.
A little bit.
So.
Did your internet have like a hiccup or something?
My USB hub had a hit, apparently, actually.
Okay, gotcha.
So my mouse is now responding, and the rest of this is not. There we go. Okay, cool. I think I'm finally back. Apologies for that.
Yay!
So we have managed to save the run.
We saved the run and the day. Yay, Sharky!
As the web, let me reset the webcam real quick. If I can. Is the webcam frozen on your end?
It is frozen, yes. It looks frozen to me. The stream is a little behind my gameplay footage because I'm watching the gameplay footage in Discord. Yeah, it looks like it's still frozen.
not sure how to fix that.
You just bring up the sandwich.
All right, we'll do that.
Sandwich Coon.
Apologies for that. Also, I'm not hearing any sound anymore. I don't know if you can.
Game audio?
Yeah, game audio has gone out as well.
Yeah, my
Son of
game
a
audio is
gun.
also gone.
I'm going to log out and log back in real quick. I may need to close the game and bring it back up. Yeah, I'm going to do that.
Okay.
So
Yeah, it's a pretty tasty looking.
sorry for the technical problems at 3:20 in the morning here, but we're within 10-ish minutes of being done with the run at this point, so I also need to start sharing it again for Art's benefit.
Yep. Yeah, it's not over. We're reopening the game. It's fine.
Yeah, sorry for that.
Got audio again.
All right, so that appears to be back. There we go. I'm hearing audio. I don't know if you...
Yeah, I'm getting it. I'm getting audio in Discord.
I'm not seeing any of it show up on the stream, though. Oh, Discord, I'm not... I'm hearing audio, but I'm not showing it show up for...
I would just... honestly, I would just keep going at this point.
All right.
Regardless.
Okay. Sorry for this.
Not too incredibly worried. I think it's fine. I love hearing y'all's two voices anyways.
Thank you.
Well, okay. It sounds like people hear it anyway, so it sounds like we're good.
Oh, game audio just finally came back on my side, so... Really sorry for the technical things. I don't know if it's a power problem. I don't know if I overheated something because it's 3 in the morning, but... Thanks for sticking around.
So one of my best friends uses a USB capture card for composite when he records like PS2 stuff.
Okay.
And apparently the model that he uses overheats really easily. So he had to do like an audio bypass because the overheating that it has permanently damaged the audio. And it makes like this weird like alien radio sounds. It's kind of neat. It's not what generally you want it to sound like, but it is interesting. So yeah, he had to set up an audio bypass for it and take off the plastic case for it, so that what am I trying to say? So that the overheating didn't get worse, because it isn't really fixable right now, and he just didn't want to buy another one, which is like understandable.
Yeah, I can respect that.
He mostly streams PS5 anyway, so it's like limited use for composite capture. It's just PS2 really, for the most part.
Time to refocus and finish off the run here, so...
I would like to reiterate, while we're fighting some more bosses, that there is a $50 bounty on finding a skip for Chapter 5 of this game that lets us complete Chapter 5 and saves us time and is reproducible. Whoever finds the fastest will get the bounty, assuming anybody finds one. We don't actually know that there is one, that's why there's a bounty. But yeah, just, if you find something that you think is usable, just join the Anime Speedruns Discord and post a link to a recorded video, and hopefully we can find something. That'd be really cool. We'd save like 20 minutes in the speedrun. Be crazy.
So we managed to make it through the first set of mini bosses, which was those 3 alligators. We're now coming upon the second of the 3 mini bosses in this second to last zone. And that is going to be a fight against 3 cats. And then the last will be 2 level 50 dragons. You will notice we have managed to get a fairly significant amount of extra experience, as we are now level 24.
Oh yeah.
So
the cats are the same type as the enemy that we don't fight that drops the purple axe earlier on.
yeah, except we're level 4 there, so that kind of just is what it is.
But yeah, it's basically this guy, but different. Same moveset though. He just looks a little different. Different colors. Slightly, I think. The other one's got like some dark green. I don't remember. I haven't fought him in like 8 months because we routed that out pretty early. We were like, that's slow. He takes forever to fight.
I just didn't trust it from a difficulty level because it was so easy to get myself killed doing that fight.
Yeah, if you position yourself in the wrong spot, he just like, well, one shot.
And for some reason, my party members are not being super helpful at the moment.
They're just being cringe.
They're just standing there, really.
Yep, menacingly? Not even.
It's not even like this thing has an ability that's sitting here and managing to successfully stun them. It's just... Do you even lift bros?
Oh. Straya probably does, the other two probably don't.
Yeah, Straya is very strong. In fact,
Well, actually,
Straya...
she's an AI, so she doesn't have to.
That's fair. But...
She can just run lifting programs without actually lifting, probably. I don't know how AIs, because I know there's like top-down versus bottom-up AIs in this setting, so I don't know if that applies equally to both of them. I assume for top-down AIs it doesn't. They can just be whatever they want to some extent. I have, like I said, I don't watch the cutscenes in these games, so I don't know how the games treat it. I don't know if they're consistent with the light novels in the anime. I also haven't read the light novels, so...
I need to learn how to read at some point, so... Apologies for that very minor delay, but we are almost to the home stretch here, so...
Yeah, just the dragons, right? Dragons and final boss?
Dragons and final boss, and that also means that I'm probably guaranteed to get hit here and end up using that last speed potion, so... That should be a win on the prediction for 9 or less. Because it's going to be exactly 9. So, these two dragons are going to show up. Thankfully, they're...
Unless you don't get hit here. Oh, wait, no, it still would be. Yeah,
yeah, even getting hit here, it's still okay. That would be 8 if I don't get hit.
Because
so.
we're, like, right there after this, and you would probably quit out. Yeah, to get your cooldowns back, you would quit out, so...
Right, I need to actually loosen these things. And this fight really isn't that bad at all. Well, it would be a little bit better if I could have kept it on the ground, but what are you gonna do?
Dragons are a lot less threatening now and a lot less tedious because we have so many damage buffs and can crit so consistently. It's just like, well, we break the parts that make them fall really fast, so...
We do. Come on, play nice. There we go. Basically just trying to use my party members for whatever extra damage I can soak out of them, even though they're not really doing a whole lot right now.
One question. The One Punch Man run, did you move it? No. I think that one might not actually be happening. I'm not sure. I think the runner that was supposed to do it, didn't show. So it got replaced with a different run that was supposed to be before this one. Or that was right before this one.
Yeah, there may have been an issue or an emergency with that person. I'm not 100% sure, but the run that happened right before me was, I think, something different than what was written on the schedule.
Yeah, it was Astro Boy instead.
And all of the runners for this entire event have been a lot of fun and a tremendous showing of skill and talent here. So y'all are special and amazing, and I am grateful that I get to be a part of this, even though I am definitely not holding up my end of the bargain as far as
No, man, you're doing
goes.
fine. You're doing fine.
I do think this is going to end up being a couple minutes over.
That's fine. Zero's run was 4 minutes over estimate. It's no big deal.
So
Which is technically a greater percentage over than yours will be if it's 4 minutes, because his was an hour, and his run was pretty good, and it was fine. Technically, 2 minutes if that was my fault, because he used my save with the wacky controls without realizing that it had wacky controls, and then had to quit the title to fix them, and then replay the beginning of the game. But we don't talk about that.
that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. All right.
Yeah,
So I'm.
oh, go ahead, sorry.
I was going to say, so we, in essence, just use a couple of abilities real quick before we go into this fight. This is a 2-stage, 4 health bar each fight with the Prayer Conduit, which the twin of Premier is hooked up inside of. So we fight it the first time thinking she's trapped by it, and then we realize she's controlling it, and we fight it again. The first instance is going to be slow but fairly beatable. The second one is pretty dadgum dangerous. So,
The second one can one-shot us.
also,
Probably.
This thing is going.
Sometimes.
So I can make it fall down by doing group skill chains. It will also fall down if I kill all of the little adds that it swarms. The problem is that takes a lot of AoE skills that tends to drain all of the SP I've got lying around. So. Yeah, if everything is nice and happy, we'll be done here in a few minutes, and if it's not, well, ganbatte ne.
You know what we need to do is we need to find a way to route Xenon into this game. That would improve it. That would improve the route.
I believe in you, man. Go for it. All right, let's go.
I'm gonna have to talk to Nylan about it tomorrow. Like, how can we get Xenon into Hollow Realization's route, even though she's not actually optimal?
I mean, maybe
Yeah.
she's optimal by making everybody else better than they would be.
I mean, she does have a lot of buffs. I don't actually know which buff she has off the top of my head, because I don't. I haven't really looked that hard. We just know based on like raw numbers that the party members that we use are 3 of the 5 best. Not counting Premier, because she's like probably like 7th or 8th best. But we have to bring her here, so.
We do, so we're still trying to push our best forward here. We've almost made it through the first stage, which is annoying, but not the most dangerous out of this whole fight. So, and then the game is going to be nice enough to keep us with all of the same debuffs and stats that we had as we go through, so it's not a free refill. So.
Yep.
So
you are correct, Alucard. I should use Xenon even if she's not optimal, but you see, I can't actually play the game, so.
yeah, our Art is still recovering from carpal tunnel surgery, so he'll be.
I didn't have surgery.
Oh, my bad. I thought it was.
No, I just waited. I just had it wasn't that bad. It's bad enough that I need to rest and like be on like some meds for it, but no surgery. But I got carpal tunnel and cubital tunnel at the same time, so.
Oof, that sucks.
Yeah, it's elbows and wrists.
Head, shoulders, knees and toes. Knees and toes.
I just have crappy tendons. My genetics for like tendons stuff are just not good. So, oh well.
This is the final fight. This is the final boss. So if I can manage to take down all 4 of these health bars and not die, then this will be time as soon as the screen fades to black.
I believe in you, Sharky. You can do it.
Thank you.
The first try.
I really want it to be first try. I don't want to waste everybody's time. So, let's do our best, everyone. There we go.
Oh, you didn't get hit by the big stabbies, so you didn't get one-shotted. That's good.
I mean, not
Those
yet.
Well, yeah, sure. Those big stabby tentacle things that came down, that's the attack that's most likely to one-shot. If 2 of those hit at once, you just straight up die, and that's it. Oh, like that, yeah.
Oh boy. Yuki, pick me up, please.
I don't know why that attack in particular is so much more dangerous than like everything else that this boss can do. But yeah, those just do way too much damage. So.
Alright, so at this point I simply have to figure out a way to pick up my friends without getting beat. and then reload and do this again. Alright. So that was worst case scenario, other than the fact that I didn't use up all of my cooldowns before I got here, so...
You used ephemeral strength in the first phase, though, right?
I did, but it's already back.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Alright, so it's been knocked down at this point, so, and shoot, Premiere is also down. I gotta find Premiere, like, now. There she is. I gotta also not die. This is...
You have 5 minutes to let Premiere simmer.
I am not going to do enough damage to be able to pull this out if I leave Premiere simmering.
That's fair.
Alright, so this is about the worst case scenario, but we're still trying to push on through here, so...
Yeah, this is the hardest fight in the game by a lot. We don't actually know a more consistent strat for it. It's just... It takes forever because the boss has a lot of health and does a lot of damage, and we're really under-leveled. And there's not a place we can realistically make up the levels quickly enough to make a time difference here. It would make this safer, but it would be at the expense of time. Probably a substantial amount of time. Yeah. And with skips, further skips, like a hypothetical Chapter 5 skip, it actually gets scarier. Because we're even lower level. So there's that to take into account.
Alright, let's see if we can do a little bit better now that everybody's not dead when we're starting this particular section here.
We got some supportive messages in the chat. Lich XM says, "You can do it, Sharky."
Hey, thank you.
Says, "I believe. I believe that. I believe that you." It's like multiple stacked messages. I believe that you can win. Oh yeah, you're on the last bar.
I am, and somehow my teammates just
good.
wiped out all of the orbs for me, so... It looks like we're gonna make it here. We are almost, and that is time. 4:08:15. 3:31 loadless, so...
Yeah, that's not bad.
Considering all the technical problems that cost us a few minutes there at the very end, that was probably going to be right on estimate if my USB hub didn't blow up. So
Yeah, probably.
So I'm not going to make it play through the whole credits, especially with all the things going on here, but if I can remember to stop it in time. Or maybe I should just... Nah, dang it. It didn't stay unseen on, sorry.
That's fine.
Looking to be a good friend, buddy. So
no, it's fine, man. I have I have plenty of Xenon figures I can look at if I just want to look at Xenon. Like
so. After all this, is there anything you want to say or any message you want to shout out to everybody? Art?
Sure. Yeah. This game is really cool. You should run it if you like Sword Art Online or action RPGs. I am happy to teach you how to run the game, or even like construct your own potential improvements to the route. Another router, Nylan, and I like data mined this game. We know a disgusting amount of stuff about it, even though there's still a lot more to find. Most of that's just going to be like manual testing, though. There's no way to math that out like most of what we did. So yeah, this game's super cool. Join the Discord, talk to us, learn the game. Also, shout outs to the people organizing this event, all of the community managers, community leaders, admins in Anime Speedruns Discord, and the people over at Speed Gaming that let us helped us organize this event as well. And shout outs to our charity, Draw Change, for instilling the value of education, empowerment, and impoverished children through art therapy. And shout outs to Sharky for coming out of retirement to get world record in this game. Because he does actually have world record.
Thank you. So yeah, thank you for all of the organizers here at Anime Speed Fest. This playing this game and getting to the marathon, or getting the game into a marathon, has always been a dream, and this game was really a passion project for me. So it's wonderful to get to do this, and unless a moonshot submission to another marathon goes somewhere, this was really the big hit. This was the big song for trying to make this happen. So it feels really special to be able to help the cause. It feels really amazing to get to do the thing, and I almost don't even care that it's 4 a.m. right now. So y'all are absolutely wonderful people. The audience, the people that put us on, all the other runners, the commentators, and it's really just an honor to be a part of this. So thank you so much for having me. And yeah, just take care of yourselves, be nice to people, tell the folks you love just what they mean, because tomorrow's not promised, and let's have some fun playing some games. What do you say? That's it for me.
That sounds very good.
I concur.
Up next, we will be having the ASF One Piece highlight reel. After that, we will be talking about our supporters and the charity. And then even after that, we'll be having One Piece Grand Coliseum. Thank you so much for your run, and I hope you get rest. And you said you had something to do later today, so I hope you can get some time to recover after such a powerful run.
It is technically 4 a.m. on Mother's Day right now. So happy Mother's Day to everyone who celebrates, to everyone who has a mom, and everybody that's going to be. So congrats.
Mm-hmm. We're going to be switching to intermission, but afterwards we'll get right back to you with the ASF.
Multiple broken flags and on against versus Radamantis.